Good morning. Today is Thursday, January 23rd, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Item number 2 today is to receive an overview of the Office of Medical Examiner.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. As part of our effort to keep the court up to date and informed on the various operations in the county, we're having monthly presentations from our departments just to give you an overview and some information and just to prepare us for the upcoming budget session as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Mario Resco.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and see you all. So I want to share a little bit of what we did last year, and I'll start with, the budget. This is a very quick slide, a snapshot very broadly of what our budget looks like. It's going to remain the same compared to last year. As you know, we don't have big sources of revenue. It mostly comes from the leasing of the second floor. And we've stayed at 22 employees pretty much for the past 5 years.
Doctor,
Sure.
I apologize for interrupting, but going back to that first slide, with the tragedy that we had in August, you still were able to maintain it at that amount?
Yes. Some of the unforeseen expenses that we incurred as aftermath of the August 3rd were the solvency came from grants, mostly from the state, and we were able to offset some of those expenses. And they were mostly personal protective equipment, and of course we had a spike in just the regular supplies that we use every day. Beyond that, everything was absorbed, I guess, by our current, operating expenses.
Well, I gotta
in
tell
terms of personnel and things like that.
I gotta tell you, Doctor, that's impressive because that was you could argue that maybe 2 or 3 more investigations that you had to do were okay, that would fall within, but when you have that number, it really is impressive. And I interrupt you because with that and staying within your budget, I'm sure the court will agree with me that a huge thanks is owed to your leadership there and how you were able to stay within the budget with this tremendous onslaught of expenses. So thank you.
And all the circumstances around that.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I would need to acknowledge the ever-present support we've had from the county administration, from the commissioner's court, also, and the talented and dedicated staff that we continue to have at the office.
Thank you.
So this is a really busy, so I'm going to try to unfold it in the most sensible way that I can. But basically, I divided this presentation into just 4 broad quadrants, right? So one is the outreach, which I think helps us in many different ways. And by outreach, I mean community outreach, academic outreach, and the national presence of the El Paso Medical Examiner's Office at the national academic stage. So we continue to be involved with community outreach, mostly through myself and our forensic photographer that goes. Last year he went out 13 times to local high schools to lecture these students on the various topics like the dangers of drinking and driving, texting and driving, things like that. I participate in several different efforts, one of which is the UTEP Medical Professionals Panel, where we can give some guidance and exposure to college students. We continue to have our newly, it's been 2 years now since we implemented a dedicated full elective rotation for senior medical students that would give them, early and adequate exposure to forensic pathology. Because I think one of the main problems that have been identified linked to the forensic pathology shortage is the lack of presence of pathology in general and forensic pathology in particular in the medical school curriculum. So we're trying to combat that. Our internship has been going strong. It fills up every year, and we get some pretty good feedback out of it. And we also participate, or doctors participate, namely Dr. Diaz and myself, with the Border Regional Advisory Council in both the Physician Advisory Group and the Child Fatality Review Team meetings. Which the purpose of that, not to elaborate too much, is to identify hazards in the community that would affect this particularly vulnerable population of people under 18, and it also focuses a lot on infants and safe sleep infant surfaces. We have a student presenting next month at USCAP a poster on a case series that she developed while doing her rotation. I'm presenting at an international meeting next month talking about our medical student rotation, and I also presented last year at the College of American Pathologists in Orlando, which I thought was very well received. Now, on the investigation front, we continue to be, I would say, a little bit more aggressive out there. We do more scenes every year. Last year was around 1,000 or 1,080, so we increased by maybe 8 or 9%. At one point, we had all of our 9 investigators certified by the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigation, but some of them went to other places, which is not necessarily a bad thing. One got a sizable promotion at a jurisdiction elsewhere, so I'm happy to have that kind of turnover. Someone that continues to go up the ladder and the ranks in our profession. So the 2 that are not certified as of now, they're going to become eligible as they work, and they have already committed to taking the test. So 782 is the number of bodies that we transport to the office, and you'll see it's larger than our exam cases, and that's because sometimes we hold bodies for hospitals or sometimes for UMC, people that don't have many resources and are waiting to do funeral arrangements for the loved one. We extend that courtesy. We also sign every single cremation permit in our jurisdiction. That's usually over 3,000. Last year, we positively identified by fingerprints 85 decedents, which is also one of the many things our forensic photographer does. And then we turned 14 bodies to the, what's it called, the Assistance Center for maybe indigent burial, or just bodies that we couldn't identify a next of kin after significant efforts. On the financial aspect, and this is all in our annual report. The 2019 report will come up in the summer, as it usually does. But from our last report, I compared our budget and the budget per capita on different jurisdictions with name accredited offices. So the budget per capita, the average is around $3.1 per year, and we are pretty much exactly at that. It varies from all the way to $10 per capita to 92 cents. And then there's some other numbers that you can come up with, which is the cost per autopsy or the cost per death. So in terms of cost per death, our number is $586, while the average is $755. And the cost per autopsy, that we're a little above average with $4,900, with the average being 4.2 thousand. And lastly, I want to share some of the overall numbers just to have kind of a clear picture of what our volume is. And I decided to pretty much round up the numbers up to the exams. So the exams and the autopsies are the actual factual numbers for FY19, but I wanted to round it up the rest of the numbers so that it probably sticks a little better. So in the United States, the average jurisdiction loses about 0.7% of the population every year. So with us being 800,000, that number would be, if it's 800,000, just to round it up, it would be 5,600, right? So it's more or less the that's the number of individuals that will die in El Paso every year, just naturally, um, or expectedly. So we had around 61 deaths total. So many of those, they don't need to be reported to us because they're very like fragrant, obvious natural deaths. And even those that are reported, which is 4,600, we release jurisdiction in 3/4 of those because again, it's confirmed that it's a natural death and doesn't need the full force of forensic pathology to be brought to that case. So we end up with 1,000 cases every year that are within our jurisdiction. That means that that's 1,000 cases that a medical examiner from the OME will sign the death certificate on. Now, not all of those have an autopsy. About 300 of those cases are what we call inquests, where for whatever reason there's not a doctor in the community able or willing to sign a death certificate on a natural case. And I would say in the spirit of expediting the process for the family, we take over and we sign the death certificate based on medical records review. So that leaves us now with the actual number 664 exam cases. And again, not exam cases means this is the body that is transported to the OME. And again, not 100% of those cases will get an autopsy. Sometimes, depending on the case, I'll give you an example, a case that it's a motor vehicle crash, single vehicle, just one occupant, there's no charges pending, this person spent, a week or two at the hospital, all the injuries are documented. That case in particular does not benefit that much from having an autopsy, so we will take jurisdiction on the case, transport the body to the OME, do an external examination, and sign the death certificate, accordingly. The usual ratio for autopsies and externals that is, out there is about, it goes from 4 or 5 to 1. Which means for every external, you better do 4 or 5 autopsies. We are at pretty much at 10 to 1. For every 664 exams, we do 607 autopsies. So we're way above what would the industry benchmark would be. Which means if when a body reaches our office, we're 90% probabilities that we will autopsy the body. And these numbers include the 22 homicides that we have in early September. Just to give some perspective, in all the calendar year from January to August 2nd, we have had 21 homicides at that point. And then in August 3rd and the next 2 days, then it basically doubled. And then after that, we had, I think, 4 or 5 more homicides the rest of the year. So the number for 2019 would be around 56 homicides, 22 of which happened during that attack. Finally, we continue to self-inspect every year to retain our institutional accreditation, and I'll share at least. And again, this is all in the annual report that it's available online. You should feel encouraged to disseminate it and provide some feedback. We have this benchmark that we want the final report issued within 2 months. And again, the benchmark for that it's on the accreditation checklist is 90%, and we more than satisfy that. We're at 98.4%. And then the second measure is, okay, how many of those are signed within 3 months? And the number is not there, but it's over 99%. I want to share with you a video that we made in 2016, shortly after our accreditation was granted. And it basically outlines what is it that we do. I take some time to acknowledge our team at the ME office, which I think without them, a lot of this just doesn't happen. I want to acknowledge also the support that I've always felt since day one. And in a rather kind of prophetic way, one of the points of emphasis of the video is the mass fatality plan that we developed shortly after I came, which, if I can be perfectly frank with you, at some point I caught myself thinking, why are we spending so much time in this where we're never gonna use it? And then we did, unfortunately. I'm not sure how to start it,
I can go make it redundant.
but thank you very much for your attention.
I think that's the next slide, Caesar. It advanced the slide instead of. Thank you.
The Office of the Medical Examiner of El Paso County is one that serves many functions for the residents of the county and works with many agencies in order to carry out their mission.
The El Paso Office of the Medical Examiner investigates cases of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained deaths that take place in the El Paso County. Similarly, we take jurisdiction on cases which occur under undetermined circumstances.
Not only is it an office that people who have suffered tremendous loss have to depend on, but it's also an office that is integral to justice and access to justice.
Our delivery of medical legal service will have an ever-present standard of greatness.
Dr. Mario Rascon has been the medical examiner for the County of El Paso since 2014. His office was accredited by the Association of Medical Examiners in May of 2016. This is a third-party endorsement stating the Medical Examiner Office provides an adequate environment for forensic pathologists to do their job.
The whole medical examiner family embraced the plan from the get-go. Everyone was on board. Everyone knew what is it that we needed to do to reach the point where we wanted to get at, which was name accreditation ultimately. And that made me very proud that we were able to achieve literally a perfect inspection.
The Medical Examiner's Office underwent a rigorous inspection program of not just the facilities, but the office's procedures and practice manuals. They were able to exceed the minimum requirements to become accredited.
Our office was found to have 0 phase 1 or phase 2 deficiencies. We've proved that we have developed and maintained a high caliber medical legal death investigation system for our community.
Dr. Rascon says the path the office took to get the recognition has been long and many departments were involved. That included a commissioner's court that was willing to invest in the Office of the Medical Examiner.
His staff has the utmost respect for him. With a great staff and a great leader, anything is possible. In 2011, Senator Rodriguez and the rest of the delegation were able to pass a bill that allowed Dr. Rascon to come here because Texas had some stringent rules when it came to doctors with accreditation in other parts of the country.
We here in the United States are just simply not producing enough doctors to fill these types of critical positions. That's why it was so difficult to fill this position, and it further underscores just the level and the depths that the county human resources, the county judge, the commissioner's court, and others had to go to find the right leader.
Part of the change came from within the department itself. Dr. Rascon implemented changes that has transformed the office from within.
We had a complete agency restructure. This included rewriting all of our standard operating procedures.
Dr. Rascon says this recognition brings to the forefront the many things the department does that most residents of the county don't realize. This includes working with local health departments to serve residents during times of crisis.
We have been working together to refine, to develop our mass fatality plans. And Dr. Rascon has been instrumental in helping us revise and refine our plan.
Dr. Rascon says this accreditation only serves as a building block that the Office of the Medical Examiners can build upon. He says his office will continue to strive to serve the residents of the county and continue their excellent practices.
That also, what is very important, that you ask one of these people, a family member that has been touched by a tragedy, how they were treated, and it's always at the excellent level.
My allegiance to this community goes beyond accreditation checklists. I am fully committed to providing all the citizens of El Paso with a delivery of medical legal death investigation whose ever-present standard is greatness.
Cool video. It is.
Maybe we need to do a new video to get some
Well,
updated
Dr.
comments.
Lascona, on our behalf, we really want to thank you and your staff. And, we're at the urban counties at the conference where you presented as well. One of the questions that was asked, like, they feel we had success, and what was it? And I really feel it's preparedness, that you were ready for it. It wasn't you scrambling around and trying to do what, things that you hadn't worked on. So thank you it was so important. And I know some people don't recognize the impact that you had in facilitating, that we go from that tragedy to the healing process, but you were the beginning of our healing process for the family. So thank you and your staff on our behalf.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I missed this, if this was early in the presentation, but the medical examiner has several critical capital projects. Are those moving forward?
So there are several critical capital projects underway. Public Works is meeting with Dr. Ruscone, and Dr. Ruscone, please correct me if I'm wrong, but they are meeting with Dr. Ruscone and working on being more responsive on those issues. We have some building issues at the medical examiner's office that are in need of serious attention. We'll also be bringing the court back an item in the beginning of February. We need to reach out to our partners at the city, but we'd like your permission at that meeting to extend the lease with the city to the end of this fiscal year, but give them notice of termination. We also think that'll help us with some of our building needs, and then we're assessing what our long-term building needs are.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ruscone.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Item number 3 is to receive a presentation from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas El Paso branch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So thank you so much for giving us a few minutes so that we can share some of our research with you. So I have just a short presentation to share what we're seeing in the El Paso economy.
Can you tell us your name? Sorry.
Maricruz de Leon. I'm an assistant economist at the El Paso branch of the Dallas Fed. And of course, we have our disclaimer, so these views expressed are my own and they don't necessarily represent the views of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas or the Federal Reserve System. So when we think about the El Paso economy, there are 6 major drivers. There are 6 drivers that we consider to be driving the economy. And all of these drivers are performing, they're either steady, flat, or growing. The first driver, of course, is the U.S. economy. So we're part of the U.S., so what happens at the national level impacts us here in El Paso. And we continue to see moderate growth in the U.S. The Mexican economy is another one of our major drivers. We're a border town, so what happens in Mexico has an impact here in El Paso, and the Mexican economy has been struggling over the last couple of months. Maquiladora activity in Ciudad Juarez has flattened, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in the upcoming slides, but we have seen some flattening in employment in Ciudad Juarez manufacturing. Government, so El Paso has a really high concentration of government jobs, and we've seen some growth in the government sector, both in state and local government jobs and federal government jobs in El Paso. And before I go on, I should mention that the data that we look at is for the metro area, so it's not just El Paso County, it also includes Hudspeth County. And most of the data that we have runs through November of 2019. So another driver of our economy is retail activity. So we have a lot of cross-border retail shoppers. We've seen that retail sales in El Paso have remained pretty steady through 2019. And our last driver, where we've seen a lot of growth over the last couple of years, is healthcare. And in 2019, we continued to see strong growth in the healthcare sector. So this index is our business cycle index, and this gives us a really broad view of the El Paso economy. It's composed of 4 indicators: employment, unemployment, retail sales, and wages. And in November of 2019, it was growing at an annualized rate of about 6%. So a little bit slower than what it was growing at in 2018, but still all of the indicators that compose this index were posting positive growth. And so one of the major components of this index is employment. So employment, like I mentioned before, the data that we have is through November of last year. And through November of last year, El Paso was growing at a rate of 1.1%. So this is a little bit slower than our long-term average. El Paso typically grows at a rate of 1.5%. So faster than the US, which typically grows at about 1%, but slower than the state of Texas, which usually grows at about 2%. And so through 2019, it was growing, through November of 2019, our labor market was growing a little bit slower than average. And so when we look into the details or employment by sector, we see that there was slower growth in our trade, transportation, and utilities sector. So this sector includes retail trade, wholesale trade, and transportation and warehousing. And so when we look into the breakdown of those, most of the weakness is coming from retail trade. So through November, our metro area has lost about 900 jobs in retail trade. And I think most of this is just El Paso following the national trend, where we're losing a lot of jobs at brick and mortar stores because people are shopping online. When we look at wholesale trade, there is some growth in that sector, and our transportation and warehousing sector is pretty flat. So really, I think the weakness in trade and transportation and utilities is loss of jobs in retail trade. We've also seen slower growth in leisure and hospitality last year, and also slower growth in construction in El Paso. But that slower growth was offset by really strong growth in education and healthcare services. I think they added about 1,200 jobs, that sector, through November of last year. So that's about a third of all of the jobs that were added in El Paso through November of last year. So I think the total number of job growth was about 3,370, and education and healthcare services accounted for about a third of that. And we also saw growth in our largest sector, which is government. Like I mentioned, we've added jobs in both local, state, and federal government jobs in El Paso. So we've seen the slower growth in our payrolls in El Paso, but nevertheless, our unemployment rate is still really low. It's at 3.8%. So this is very low compared to our historical average for El Paso. We continue to hear about the tight labor market and a lot of difficulty finding labor, both unskilled and skilled labor. We've heard a lot about employers when trying to attract skilled labor, trying to accommodate employees' lifestyle choices, trying to offer more opportunities to work from home, to entice people to come into the labor market and fill those unfilled jobs in our region. So our unemployment rate at 3.8%, slightly above the U.S. rate and the Texas rate, but still very low, and also finally converging with the U.S. and Texas unemployment rates. Like I mentioned earlier, manufacturing activity in Ciudad Juarez is very important to our economy here in El Paso. The products are manufactured in Juarez, but El Paso provides a lot of the services, transportation, warehousing services, and human resources, accounting, legal services. And so our economies are very much connected. And so usually when we see growth in manufacturing, employment, we see growth in our El Paso economy as well. So some studies that we've done at the Fed show that a 10% increase in manufacturing output in Ciudad Juarez results in a 3% increase in total employment in El Paso. But over the last couple of months, we've seen a flattening of manufacturing employment in Ciudad Juarez. So I think part of that is just that manufacturing has slowed down in the US and Mexico. But another big part of that is that a lot of what is manufactured in Ciudad Juarez is related to the auto industry. I think about 60% of manufacturing in Juarez is related to the US auto industry, and there was the strike in Detroit in late last year. So we've heard from a lot of manufacturers in Juarez that hours were cut and shifts were cut to adjust their inventories. So we've seen some flattening in employment. I think employment's at about 275,000 in Ciudad Juarez. But now with the Senate approving the USMCA, I think we've heard anecdotally from our contacts, I think a little bit of both sides. We've heard from some contacts that are very optimistic and they're expecting that this investment that has been held up and waiting for the trade agreement to be passed will finally come through. But we've also heard from other contacts that they don't expect a huge rush of investment coming into the region. So we haven't seen, oh, I'm sorry.
And the flattening of the employment on the maquila sector in Juarez, do you all have any data demonstrating that this could have been possibly due to what happened at our bridges, with the migrant crisis here in the U.S., where a lot of CBP personnel were shifted over to other duties, and that increased wait times? We were hearing, again, just anecdotally from folks that the El Paso sector was becoming much more difficult to cross goods, and they were shifting over to other modes of transportation to aircraft. But is there any data pertaining that's
what was, so I think that's a good point, and I think we probably did see some weakness during that time in the manufacturing employment, but I think most of the weakness has been in these last few months. So after that, after those delays at the border, because I think that happened in about April was when most of the delays were hitting the bridges, or those long delays, and I think the weakness started hitting the employment a little bit later.
And well, I guess, and part of the concern too was that El Paso lost, I guess, so some folks that would probably go through the El Paso sector just felt it was too difficult and relocated elsewhere, and that
and that may have permanently
shifted. And so I don't know if you have any data showing that.
I don't have I don't have any knowledge on that. I guess we could compare employment in Ciudad Juarez to see what employment is doing in the other large Mexican border manufacturing hubs and see if any of that may have shifted there. Okay. So we can look into that.
And Maricruz, there's always that delay, because if you're a maquiladora and you're starting to struggle, and wait times, it's not something that's going to happen very quickly. But then it goes up to corporate, you start making decisions that maybe this is not, it's vulnerable, and you don't want to go through that again. So I think the delay that's going to be happening in these months, I know Borderplex is very concerned about some organizations already saying that they're looking for somewhere else because they don't want to be vulnerable in the future. So I think we need to keep an eye on that delayed reaction to what happened.
And we'll look into that a bit more. Okay. So like I mentioned earlier, another one of the drivers of our region is cross-border retail. So typically when the dollar gets more expensive, we had seen a decline in our retail sales. And I think you can really see that in 2008, 2009, where there's the price of the dollar spikes up and retail sales for our region decline. But although the dollar has gotten expensive for the last couple of years, we haven't seen a big decline in our retail sales in El Paso. So I think that's due to a couple of things. I think our own El Pasoans per capita income has increased. So El Pasoans have a little bit more money in their pockets. But then also, up until recently, manufacturing in Ciudad Juarez was doing really well. And so I think that strong Juarez economy was also continuing to boost cross-border shopping despite the strength of the dollar. And another thing is, I think the increase in the minimum wage in northern Mexico last year has also boosted our retail sales in El Paso. However, the latest data that we have is for the first quarter of 2019, so this data is really, really delayed. But in the first quarter of 2019, our retail sales were at about $3.1 billion. So pretty steady performance of retail sales in our region. So the last time I was here, I shared a chart that was showing our industry clusters for our region for 2018. And so these clusters are organized by location quotient on the vertical axis, which measures how concentrated an industry is relative to the US, and then employment growth on the horizontal axis. And so I think right here, the clusters are a little bit difficult. It's difficult to identify the trend in the clusters because they're all moving. But if I move to the next slide, here we are just looking. Let's see. Don't know why they're not moving in the other one. But okay, here we go. Okay, so in order to better see the trends of the clusters, we froze all of the clusters except our star clusters. So our star clusters are industries that in 2018 had a high concentration. So we had more of these jobs in our region than the average US metro, and that were also fast growing. And so this animation, which was done by my colleague Keaton, shows the performance of the star clusters from the early 90s to 2018. And I think the one that I would like for you all to focus on is the health cluster. So you can see in the early 90s, or this is the cluster that you can see continuous growth. So not only is the bubble getting bigger, which means we're adding more jobs to this cluster, but it's also gaining a larger share of our total employment. So I think that's a really interesting, it's a really interesting way to view our industries in El Paso. So those are our star clusters. Those are the ones that we have a larger concentration of and that have shown stronger growth. And I think in the next chart, we have our emerging clusters. So these are clusters that are smaller. We don't have a huge concentration of these jobs, but they're fast growing. And so for El Paso, you can see it's the business cluster. So this includes our companies like ADP and Prudential. And you can see the growth isn't as strong, but we have seen some movement in this cluster since the early 1990s. And then our next cluster is our mature cluster. So, and the one that I would like for you to focus on here is the textiles cluster. And I think this one really tells, you can really see the story of this cluster in this animation. You can see in the early 90s, it's not only a big bubble, meaning that it has a lot of jobs, but it was also a fast growing bubble. And of course, as we begin to lose those jobs, the bubble gets really small and it begins to lose a large share of jobs. And those are textile manufacturing jobs that we lost in El Paso. And of course, that was very unfortunate for our region. And I always like to mention that unfortunately, a lot of the jobs that were lost from this sector, a lot of these workers were never able to find jobs again. They were permanently displaced, and it was very unfortunate for our region. But on the other side, we really grew in our services sector jobs, and those jobs pay higher wages. So we've seen this long-term trend of falling unemployment and growth in per capita income in El Paso. And I think the last is our transitioning clusters, and these are just clusters that are smaller and not as fast growing. But we just wanted to share this animation with you to provide a view of our economy over the last 20 years. And I think this is also a really neat chart. So we mentioned that healthcare has become one of the drivers of our economy. So since over the last 10 years, total employment in El Paso has grown by 14%, but total employment in the healthcare sector, or total healthcare employment, has grown by over 52%. And I think given everything that's happening at the medical school and with the dental school that's coming, I think we could expect this sector to continue to grow. And hopefully a lot of these graduates will decide to stay in our region and address our shortage of physicians. So that's really all I have for you today. Our economy in El Paso in 2019 continued to grow, but at a slower rate than 2018. Some of the headwinds that we see for our region going forward are the slowing of the Mexican economy, and of course the softening of maquiladora employment in Ciudad Juarez. But there are some tailwinds. We continue to see steady retail sales in El Paso and a lot of strong growth in our healthcare sector and also construction. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you. You mind introducing your colleagues?
Yes, this is Keaton Allen. She's our senior
Good morning.
research analyst at the El Paso branch, and Ruben Aedo. He's our colleague from communications and outreach.
Thank you. Well, but it's really, thank you very much. You know, as you know, when we make decisions, we can't make them in isolation, but how the economy and what's happening. Do you have any, are you able to segment, because of course we're very interested in how the county is doing in you know, compared to the rest of the, do you have any segmentation on county for unemployment or
You know what, that
retail?
is the data, and I should have thought of that before coming here, but there is some county level data, a lot of county level data available. But I think also when we do share data on the El Paso MSA, I think most of it does reflect El Paso just because Hudspeth County is so small. So most of the economic activity is in El Paso. But there is data that we can bring, and next time we'll bring data that's just specific for our county.
How much does Hudspeth, does it skew anything that we include them in our numbers because they're smaller, and then you sort of skew it a little bit?
So you know what? So I don't think it would. I think they're a really, really small share
So it doesn't really.
of that it wouldn't have a large impact. So I think the way the census creates the metro area is based on commuting patterns. And I guess I think Hudspeth was added to our metro area, I think in 2015. Before we were just a one county metro area. So I think based on the commuting patterns, they must have found that there were enough people from Hudspeth commuting to El Paso to work, and that's why they decided to add Hudspeth to our metro area. And something that data analysts always talk about are El Paso and Doña Ana County. I guess we're not there yet, and I think some analysts from our region have estimated that maybe by 2050 will be a 3-county MSA, Doña Ana, El Paso, and Hudspeth County.
And I was gonna ask, because there's a huge push for us to look at ourselves as a region, and I think we fail sometimes that we talk about the region, we talk about, then when we do the numbers, we sort of take them separately.
Yes.
And so it would be really nice for us to understand what's the regional impact that we have if you include Juarez, if you include, you know, Paso, Las Cruces. Even from a promotion, you know, we're out there promoting a region focus, and this is something, so it'd be nice to sort of back that up with numbers as how we do as a region, so. But you don't cover Doña Ana and that.
So you know what, so we do, our branch territory includes West Texas, so kind of Midland, Odessa West, and then Southern New Mexico. So we do write reports for Doña Ana, but we usually we'll talk about El Paso and then we'll talk about Las Cruces.
Whenever you can, because that would be, like I said, so that way we can be consistent on this regional push, because then we do it separate, so that sort of symbolically shows us it's separate again, instead of how do we do as a region, and what are some of the areas of improvement and weaknesses and so forth. That would be nice to have.
And that is one of the projects that we've talked about just yesterday. We were talking about creating these clusters that I showed you, but for the region, Las Cruces and Ciudad Juarez. So it's one of our projects.
Well, thank you very much. This is really, any questions, Commissioner Pettis?
Thank you. I think you all had presented to the Bridges stakeholder meeting, and
Yes.
my staff was there, and it was very valuable information. We're very fortunate to have the El Paso branch of the Federal Reserve of Dallas here. Y'all are a very valuable resource and have so much data at your disposal, and I think the more this can be shared, you know, with the city and with the county, you know, just ultimately helps us to make better decisions and helps us to be better informed about what's going on in terms of looking at trends and forecasting. So, if we can make this a regular, just, I don't mean to add more work to it, but I mean, just whatever work it is you all are already doing, or whatever presentations you already may have on hand, or any new information that you may get that would be pertinent to policymakers, I think that certainly needs to be shared to the greatest extent possible. But so we really appreciate your work, and I think having these types of presentations on a regular basis would be quite valuable to us.
Betsy?
Commissioner, I was just gonna ask, so right now we do have it scheduled annually, would you like it quarterly, or would you like for us to reach out to see?
I think if you all coordinate just to figure out, I mean, we don't want to, as looking at the data that you all produce, because I know there are some reports that you produce on a quarterly basis, and perhaps what you all may think is I think certainly it needs to be more than annually, because just given how much data you all update and how much data you all work on. But I would say anywhere, probably quarterly if the reports warrant, or just the amount of information. But again, I think it helps all governmental bodies, the county, the city, and everyone.
No, thank you, and we would be happy to come back. And hopefully the next time we come back, we'll bring more county-specific data, and then we'd hope to have some have advanced our clusters, our binational clusters.
And Betsy, maybe not the presentation, but if you could tie it into our strategic planning, like what does it mean to some of the areas that we're concentrating on, and how do these numbers tie into the strategic planning, and also budget-wise kind of? So not necessarily that they have to come in, but they have such a, maybe your team can figure out where some of the areas that we need to be thinking about as we look at strategic planning, and also when we look at our budget and how they relate to some of the trends.
Potentially like economic development, perhaps looking at the population growth versus economic growth, and other studies that you all may have, and as you all work on various projects.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for being here today. Appreciate it.
We'll be back soon.
Thank you. Please, you're always welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, receive a presentation from the El Paso Metropolitan Planning Organization on the El Paso Mobility Plan, version 2019. Further discuss details related to the adoption of a resolution in support of the El Paso Mobility Plan, version 2019.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Still on those for the Planning and Development Department. I'll just be introducing the presenters at the MPO. We'll have Mr. Roger Williams, Assistant Executive Director at the MPO, making this morning's presentation. He'll be joined by Mr. Calvin Craker from HNTB, a consultant that was procured by the Texas Department of Transportation to assist in developing a regional transportation plan that identifies the priorities for the region. And then Mr. Eduardo Carbo, the Executive Director at MPO, is also here this morning. And the way we've worded the agenda language, we all received the presentation, and the MPO has asked that the court consider a resolution of support on a Monday meeting. And so we wanted to allow the court to have the opportunity to discuss any details about what should be included in that resolution. And so we wanted to ensure that the court had that discretion. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Roger Williams.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. Again, I'm Roger Williams with the El Paso MPO. This is the presentation that was given to our policy board last month on developing a strategic plan moving forward in the region to assure that we're all speaking with one vision and one voice. And it's very important that we keep that in mind. It's been in the past that we haven't actually been able to move forward with some of the funding requests that we may need, whether it's at the state or the level of U.S. Congress or locally. We've been disjointed, and this strategic plan is going to allow us to make sure that we keep one voice in the region moving forward. That's so important that we keep that in mind. In a moment, Kelvin will come up and give his presentation on the Regional Mobility Strategy Phase 1, which is wrapping up, and we'll be going into Phase 2 here very soon. Another important component of the development of this plan is the evaluation and prioritization of projects. And we used a software called Decision Lens. Decision Lens is used by government agencies and decision-making bodies in developing priorities. You develop your own portfolio in doing that, and we'll explain how that works. The mobility plan, the El Paso Mobility Plan version 2019 is composed of projects, and we're targeting the implementation process, and we're working with the implementing agencies on developing that. So we'll be including more information on that here in just a moment. But at this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Kelvin.
Thank you, Roger, and thank you, Mr. Landeros, for the introductions. So, RMS project, I just want to share an overview of this two-year effort. This was a fresh start, a reset, and it was ambitious in a positive way. It was a chance to start the conversation around transportation and rethink some of our past assumptions. It was a unique effort on behalf of TxDOT, who initiated this in cooperation with the MPO. Some of you here on the court contributed to it, as well as other groups that are in the room. And so this was started in 2018, really in response to concerns with the lack of cooperation, concerns with how we were collaborating around transportation or not collaborating, even a lack of leadership around transportation initiatives. So RMS looked to take a new approach towards that. It was loosely modeled after an effort in the city of Dallas that TxDOT was involved with. That was called City Map. But in our case, we adapted it to our bi-state or tri-state region in our larger metro, more complex metropolitan area that we have here. Its purpose was to look at the future, to look at bigger initiatives, to look at large priorities, and to identify opportunities for partnerships to address some of the challenges, looking for opportunities for funding and so on. It began with technical research, looking at previous studies. We enjoyed reviewing the county's transit study, looked at other local government initiatives, looked at rail initiatives that were taking place. And then the RMS team got out and engaged with dialogue with stakeholders, over 20 sessions, including with the county's public works staff and others here. We compiled what we heard, and both from the technical aspects and from this dialogue, compiled it into themes in an attempt to capture the state of transportation or the needs for the region. And that listening will continue. Roger mentioned that there's a phase 2 of RMS that's being initiated soon. So TxDOT will, through its consultants like HNTB, will continue reaching out and encouraging more dialogue around these topics. With regard to the report, it is, I'm sorry here, let's see. Yeah, with regard to the themes, so we categorized the themes in these 7 categories here. Just to give you a quick overview of a few of them, when we sat down with the Borderplex, we talked with Susan Melendez and understood that, of course, the importance of trade here to our region. We heard about that from the Federal Reserve briefing, the commerce at the ports, the trends that we see there. Other aspects of that were, for example, with freight rail, we have a real bottleneck in downtown El Paso and in downtown Juarez. In Juarez, there's strict time of day limits that restrict rail from moving through downtown. We heard about how rail-served properties are in need in recruiting new industries to the region. And we heard a lot about what the labor workforce wants in terms of quality of life. Things like investment in public spaces, in aesthetics in our public works, entertainment and sports options, transit and mobility options. Another listening session we had was with the Medical Center of America's MCA, and as we sat with Director Schwartz, we understood about some of the legislative priorities that are taking place. We heard about looking at the medical industry through a technology lens rather than just a
a campus viewpoint. We heard about trends in medical tourism and in biomedical research. We understand that there's 40 to 50,000 positions in the biomedical manufacturing industry already here in the region. There's some exciting things taking place in Santa Teresa as well. So MCA looks to transportation to see how more of that can be attracted. Getting ahead to some of the technical findings, I think we are all very familiar with the roadways. We're roadway users. We talk about it a lot at the MPO, at the TPB. We measure it through things like levels of service, pavement index, and we understand that there's investment needed here. Many efforts underway by the county, by TxDOT, by other local governments. As we were out in the community listening, we did see support for the 4 keystone projects that I'm sure you've heard of in the MPO plan. Wasn't unanimous, but we did hear plenty of support for those 4 projects. And we understand too that the needs go well beyond those 4 projects. And we'll hear more about that in the next part of the presentation. With regard to transit, the message was clear. The community appreciates the investments that have been made in transit. They appreciate the service options. Both the county and South Central New Mexico are especially interesting when you do the technical research and look at things that are taking shape. Those studies were reviewed and incorporated in this RMS vision. And the multimodal conversation continued with, of course, a lot of the new emerging mobility options, where the future may take us. We've seen big changes with regard to scooters, bikes, walkability, but much more that needs to occur as we define quality of life for our region. The ports, we heard universally from everyone about the importance of the ports, and we looked at data, we looked at what's available and what's lacking. It's remarkable actually how it's hard to find real specific transportation pattern data at the ports of entry, and there's some efforts underway with the city's Bridges Steering Committee, with the MPO, on how we can obtain some of that data that we don't yet have. So as I wrap up here, what was the vision? What did we hear? How did we summarize that? In general terms, what we heard from our audience was we want a seamless, multimodal transportation network. We want to see that lead to a robust economy, and we want our leadership to collaborate towards that. There was recognition that efforts like RMS can help, but it does not solve the challenge entirely. It's rather a starting point in a larger conversation, and that's part of what we're here for today. And we did capture RMS in this fold-out roadmap. I want to leave those here with for the court's use if it's helpful. And this was distributed at the last Transportation Policy Board meeting, and it's a good summary of what was achieved. With that, I think we're up to decision lens. Roger?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So back to the criteria and how we rate and weight projects to get a ranking on the priorities using decision lens. We went through a process where we started with what we had in already a prioritization process, that being the national goals, and one of the documents that the MPO is responsible for is our congestion management process. It's the CMP and the strategies that come out of that. These 2 things have always been part of our process, have been approved by the Transportation Policy Board in the past. That's why they have the majority of the weight. We added to it some other criteria in the project system and the strategic priority for the how we look forward in developing the priorities for the projects. But first of all, the national goals is split up into these 6 areas, and you can see that going from the top down that they already have a weight. This weight was assigned by our policy board a few years ago in the process, and we've continued to use that. We incorporated it back into this process with the decision lens, and some comments have come to us about, well, why is in the environmental sustainability down at the bottom? And this is the way it weighed and came out of the process that went through our technical committee and the policy board. But you need to keep in mind that all of these play off of each other. For example, the congestion reduction portion of this directly impacts air quality, so the environmental sustainability
and is included in that. Safety is in the middle of all of this. It's always a highest priority though when we're really thinking about projects. It's first consideration. But this is the way that they rank in our current process. We moved it into the decision lens. We took the CMP strategies. These are strategies that are incorporated into an MPO our size. All MPOs in a 200,000 or more population are required to have this document, if you will. And the travel demand management includes things like pedestrian and bicycle improvements, alternative commute programs like ride-sharing programs, carpool, vanpool, those kind of things. Then you've got the public transportation, traffic operations, everything from incident management to signalization to ITS type projects, and geometric improvements, and then road capacity. And it's at the bottom, and there's a reason for that, because the CMP, when you're looking at projects in an area where you have air quality concerns, especially like where we're at, you need to look at other strategies to see if there's things that you can do and incorporate those along with your projects so that you're not just adding roadway capacity. So the CMP was approved by the policy board in November of last year. It's a document that is dynamic and it continues to be updated. So we took that and we incorporated it into our process. We came in with a couple of other new things though in the project system, and that's because we call it that because there's three things we're looking at. The national highway system. We need to make sure that as a regional planning organization for transportation, we're looking at the NHS active transportation system. It's been by resolution approved that we have an ATS recognized here in the region that by resolution was approved by the policy board. And the block system is, if you take it from projects that are inside of a community to all the way to the regional projects like I-10 projects moving through the region. The strategic priority, we're looking at the connectivity, the resiliency and the reliability along with the scheduling. Not so much the project development, but how do we need to move forward with scheduling that process. They made up the rest of the weights. So this is the tree, if you will, that incorporates all of that into one slide. So what we'll end up showing you here in the next part of the presentation as we move forward is how did the projects rank that we were tasked to look at. And in doing that, we know that we need to start with a multimodal view. We have to plan for highway, obviously, transit, bike, pedestrian, and freight. And it's a multimodal jurisdictional approach where the MPO region, in that region is the El Paso County and Southern Doñana County. And then, of course, cross-border impacts. So we are doing a lot of work right now to see what's going on with the trucking industry coming across, where are those trips originating and where are they going to. And then you're looking at the funding for the types of projects that we need to get. A lot of them are federally funded. But that's not the only thing. We have state funds, we have local funds, and then there's public-private partnership type funding. So we need to come out with the strongest regional priorities and a consensus from the stakeholders. And then this plan is a 5 to 7 year plan. One thing I will mention here right now, this is not a required document that the MPO has to produce. We have to produce a long-range plan and a short-range program. Those are required of us. But this document allows us to take strategically looking at projects and moving them forward into those plans. Again, the CMP is a major input to this. I've gone over those strategies there. The RMS is also a major input to this. We'll talk a little bit more about the 4 Keystone projects here in just a little bit. The MPO partners and priorities, we started with what are the priorities from our partners in the region. So they came to us with projects, but not all of those projects made it through the mobility plan. But you'll see a list of those here in just a little bit. And then the evaluation, we've talked about the prioritization. And project readiness and developing a schedule for those. We're working currently with the implementing agencies on developing a timeline for your projects and how those projects fit into the MPO planning process. And at our next policy board meeting tomorrow, there will be a lot of these projects coming into for your consideration and over the next couple of months. It's a process where we have to, in some cases, we can move projects forward now, and in some cases, we have to go through the process to develop our documents to include the air quality component of that. So it'll take some time, and it requires, on our end, public involvement to get the overall documents approved. But what's important here is all of those projects in there have to go through their own development process. And for those projects to get through that process, they have to be included in our documents. So the match and optimized funding levels for the fiscal year 2020 UTP, what we're talking about here is a state document that we're using as a foundation for our funding, if you will. And that being said, is there's already projects there, but we're working to move some projects around, and in particular, there's 6 TxDOT projects that are in the outer years that are being moved to the outer years, and new funding is going to be freed up. It's going to give opportunities for projects to come in to this plan, and they're using some of our major funding categories, categories 2, 7. And CBI, category 10 in particular. And what this is going to allow to happen is we're going to be able to accelerate local government projects in the neighborhood of $176 million. This is huge, and I would at this point give kudos to TxDOT. Here locally, the district has been working very closely with us. What we've done, in effect, is reshuffle the deck, and the way the long-range plan looks right now, to some degree, we've been able to coordinate with the district here locally, and they've agreed that some of their projects can be pushed back and in turn free up funds to bring in important local projects. Here's a schedule that we can show you a little bit of, and I won't go through every one of these, but it's been a process over the last few months, starting back in 2019, and we've worked our way through this process until the recent policy board meeting in last month, where we actually had the mobility plan approved. If you have any questions on this, I'll be happy to go into the details. Also, coming up here at the next policy board meeting, as I was mentioning, we're going to be requesting TPAC and TPB actions and reports will be given on specific items as it relates to our MTP, the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and the TIP, the TIP, and STIP. These are the short-range programs, and then we'll be able to move forward with, as Mr. Landeros was talking about, we need to get resolutions of support from all the entities that are involved in this. The county was involved in the 2013 County Comprehensive Mobility Plan, and before that was the 2008 CMP as well. These are things that we've done similar in the past, and we're using that kind of plan moving forward here too. And it's important that we get the resolutions of support from the agencies. Here's a list of all of the projects that were submitted to us by the entities. Not all of these projects are in the plan. This is the list that we started with. And we went through a process of coordinating, continuous coordination with the entities on these projects. First, we want to know what is it that is really your priority. And then we took it through our process to go through the decision lens. And in decision lens, you'll be able to see here how the projects rank. We split them up into two different rankings, if you will. We didn't think that it was wise to put the TxDOT on-state system projects and mix them with the local projects. We split them up, so these are the TxDOT projects, and you'll see the top one was ranked as actually the top two were both ranked the same, and it's the segment 2 and the segment 3 of the I-10 Reimagine. These, through that decision lens and the criteria that I presented, this is how they came out. And then you can see, working your way down, another important project, the Borderland Expressway for the Northeast Parkway. You can see there where it ranked in a little bit top middle, if you will. These are all important projects, working our way all the way down, and be happy to talk about any of these projects if you would like. But that just gives you a snapshot of how the projects rank. Here's I would also like to mention the other important project is the SH-178 Operational Improvement Project here. It also ranked just above the Borderland Expressway. This is important. We've already received funding for this through the TTC last year. And what's important about these keystone projects, if you will, is that they're not funded right now. We were able to free up funds for the local projects by pushing TxDOT projects back. But these other projects that are not funded, these 4 big ticket items that we're talking about, we have very little funding for them except for the ArtCraft project. And now that we can go forward to the TTC, when we talk about next year's UTP, the 21 UTP, we'll be able to demonstrate to them that, yes, we have a process. We have this approved by our Transportation Policy Board. We're able to come forward showing now a unified voice and vision for the region, and it gives us much better opportunities for funding in the future. Now, the local projects, these are the projects that we rank through the decision lens. This is not a reflection of everything necessarily, but these are the projects that at least the roadway projects right now. You can see the Nuevo Waco Tanks extension. This will continue the old Waco Tanks from North Loop down to Alameda. Very important project. It goes over the Union Pacific Railroad. And then we worked our way down all the way down to the Valley Chili Road reconstruction project. This is a huge project out there for Vinton. We're coordinating very closely with them right now. It's very difficult for some of these local entities, even though we're able to come forward and help them out, they still have the responsibility of the local match, and that's really hard for them. So there's a lot of coordination going on with the county, with the local entities. There's a lot of partners involved in this process, and it means that we all need to come together and help each other out. So this is a great opportunity for the local entities. You can see there the ranking, and again, I'd be happy to go through any of the projects that you would like to talk about. You have before you a list. This is really kind of the master list of projects. There's a lot of things going on here, and I'll kind of try to walk us through a little bit of it here. You also have a map that shows you the projects. The map also includes more information. I'll get into that here in just a moment, but first, as far as just to kind of put it into perspective, if you look at the greens, these are projects that are going to continue and they're going to move forward. But when you look at all of those reds, and you look at the on-state system projects that are TxDOT projects, and you look at the current year, for example, the I-10 Sutherland Park to Mesa project, this project's going to be pushed back. Now, yeah, these are all important projects, but through our coordination with TxDOT, there's consensus that these projects can move back a little bit, and this is what gives the opportunity for the local funding. You can see the cost of the projects, but you don't see really all of the detail, but you can see there where there's categories 2 and 7, and a lot of category 7 is being freed up by moving these projects out, and TxDOT is putting their major funding category 2 onto these projects to keep these projects in our documents, because it's very important. Even though the projects are being pushed back, it's very important that the projects stay in the documents, because they're still developing these projects, and TxDOT needs to have them in our documents. But if you'll take a look at, for example, the Tierra de Este extension, it was a 2037 project, and now it's being accelerated to 2027. The John Hayes project was 2027. We're bringing the actually the first phase of it was 2023. We're accelerating that to 2022, and the second phase was 2027. We're bringing it into 2025. Nuevo Hueco Tanks was 2031. We're bringing it to 2024. That's just a few examples of how now the local governments are able to bring their projects forward with funding that wasn't available to them before. We also have the county transit here, and there's 3 years of operations that the county's looking for 21, 22, and 23. We're trying to find all the money that we need. I think it's the third scenario, number 3, that was the scenario that we need to move forward with at this time. And we're trying to find the money for that. We've got, and I know you needed $2 million in each of those years. We're looking at getting about 1.8 that will be able to move for the first year into that. We're still working on making that movement. We're at about 1.7 in 2022, and the 2 million that you needed in 2023, it looks like we're going to be able to secure that. Another thing that's important here is the bike pedestrian elements, and the Paso del Norte Trail also through resolution has been approved by our policy board. It's very important for the region, and that's incorporated into this. We've included that entire project in there, and it's things that we'll be moving forward with to look for funding opportunities. You will be able to see in your map the entire trail and the route for the county transit. The Paso del Norte Trail, you can see it up there. It's partially funded now, and through some of our funding mechanisms to include our TASA, Transportation Alternative Program for bike and pedestrian, we've already made some contributions to that, and should be future contributions as well. And the county transit is up there. You see all the roadway projects that we're able to incorporate in here that was on the list. Again, what I will emphasize is that this is a process over the next few years. We'll be moving these into our planning documents. So what we need to do next is refine the scope. As far as the RMS, we're working on the phase 2 of that right now. Along with HNTB and TxDOT and the MPO partnering up. We need to look at the scope for projects though too. How are your projects specifically being planned, and the schedules for that? We need cost estimates to make sure that we're in the fiscal constraint. Eduardo was with Transportation Planning and Programming yesterday in Austin. I'm glad he made it back in here. He was delayed overnight, and I think just walked in here barely in time to get here for this meeting. But I think that it's very important to say that we need to have TxDOT and FHWA and our partners at those oversight levels on board with what we're doing, and so that they are able to help us. because finding all the funds necessary for this, even though we've done all these movements, it's still a challenge to make sure that all the funds are in the right place. So we need to get consensus from our partners and get them on board so that we're able to demonstrate when we move our planning documents forward with what we're trying to do in this plan, it's able to be approved. And it'll take some work, but we're getting there. So we need to confirm our partnerships, roles and responsibilities, execute agreements and MOUs. And again, I've talked quite a bit about our MTP and TIP revisions. And as I said, the policy board approved this last month at the December 13th meeting. And we had quite a meeting there. There was a lot of discussion, and it was approved. So this plan is now our new mobility plan, and this is what the priority is for the region. Coming back to that whole thing about one vision, one voice, you know, we need to be able to go forward with that and make sure that we're demonstrating that here in El Paso we have strong leadership and the vision to move forward with this kind of a plan and make it happen. With that said, thank you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Roger. Commissioner Bettis?
Well, thank you very much for presenting to the commissioner's report. And commissioners, I'll just let you know that this was a very difficult project, as I'm sure as Roger and Eduardo can attest to. You know, really the goal, you know, as the MPO, as a planning agency, is to set priorities for, you know, for the region. You know, I can tell you in the time that I've been on there in the past, you know, there was frustration that TxDOT, you know, would gobble up a lot of the money because you know, they had the resources and projects that were ready to go and the planning process that went into place, and MPO really wasn't the driving force behind a lot of the decision making. You know, we do have a very large board. We have approximately 30 members that sit on the board. And so coming to consensus on anything is always difficult. There's always competing interests and priorities. This project, I think, we was originally supposed to be approved, or at least the MPO's goal was in October, I believe. But it got pushed back because the MPO Transportation Policy Board wanted more input. They had a lot of questions, you know, so it was pushed back to November, and then it was pushed back further to December. But again, the goal here is, you know, of the top 5 priority projects, they're really, as you'll notice here on this chart, they're not fully funded. You know, and the goal is that we want to have a strong planning document where you know, local governmental entities, you know, together with other organizations such as the Chamber of Commerce that has a transportation coalition, works in partnership to go to Austin to try to aggressively advocate for discretionary funds. The Texas Transportation Commission, you know, has a significant amount of funding available at their disposal to disperse, you know, at their discretion for any priorities that they deem important. But we believe, so that's why we believe it's important for our community to, you know, speak with one voice and try to go after that funding. There was a lot of, you know, issues raised with some of the projects, but I think everyone can agree that, you know, I-10 is a priority for our community. You know, there's going to be some projects that you know, whether, you know, what's needed or the full scope of projects or what's ultimately going to be the final product. But again, we're a planning organization where we're just trying to say, look, these projects in concept are the priorities for us. You know, we're going to use this document to make the case to the state of Texas. The project specifics, you know, particularly on those that generated a lot of interest, you know, on some of the I-10 projects here downtown, are going to be hammered out, you know, further down the road. And so while, you know, it's entirely appropriate to hear, you know, concerns about, you know, that some folks may have regarding the scope of that project, but all of those details, I think, are going to come down the road as the project, if it gets funding, then once the project design comes into place, there has to be public hearings, and there's a whole process for that. This here is really, again, a planning document where we're just really trying to set similar goals that all the local governments and other agencies can, again, try to lobby our legislature more effective, or the Texas Transportation Commission more effectively. But as you'll notice, that these top 5 projects are largely unfunded. And so it's going to depend on our region's ability to lobby with the Transportation Commission to get that funding. But the great part also is that many, as you'll see here, many local projects were accelerated. So TxDOT, was working in partnership with the MPO and many of the local governmental entities to, essentially push back a lot of their projects that were scheduled to go forward much sooner, earlier in the decade, and a lot of that funding is going to be freed up to go to local governmental entities so that a lot of the local priorities can proceed. And so it's a much better collaboration than I think what we've had in the past, where TxDOT just kind of came in and said, look, this is the plan. You're seeing more collaboration with the local government entities and TxDOT. And I want to thank the staff at MPO for working through this process. It was not easy to get to this. It was almost approved unanimously by the policy board last month. There was one vote against, and so the idea now is to get every governmental entity, on board with resolutions and other things, just reaffirming their support for this plan.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge Eduardo Calvo, Executive Director of the MPO. You're absolutely right. First of all, I want to thank you, Commissioner Perez, for as chair of the policy board, the current chair. Your leadership was so important in getting the mobility plan passed. And Judge, you also sit in the policy board, so we really appreciate the support. As Roger said, I just came back from Austin. We met with the Transportation Planning and Programming Division of TxDOT, TPMP, and they're the ones that program all the funds for projects and all that. So it was so important for us to, once we have the mobility plan approved by the policy board, and as Roger mentioned, the mobility plan is a strategic document. All the details are going to be falling into place as we move forward with individual projects. But we have our strategy, we have our blueprint of where we want to go. And then we presented exactly the same thing to them yesterday. And the response that we got was very, very positive. It's like, yeah, you guys are prioritizing. That's great. Yeah, you guys are showing skin in the game, local money as well. And also giving the example of the county's mobility plan where you all have put in, a lot of local money to get projects out. Not only that, but also the one voice, having consensus. That is tremendously important, and I want to really emphasize that, because as we move forward in this movement where we need to be asking for funding for our big projects, the ones that are not funded, it is so important that everybody stays on the same page. Whether you are a state legislator, a member of the MPO policy board, staff, TxDOT district staff, everybody, we all have to be on the same page so that our requests really resonate. It really hurts us, and it has hurt this region in the past, specifically with the TxDOT administration and the commission, where they perceive El Paso with multiple opinions, different requests, and all that. So the message has been is like, get your act together, and then come back and we can talk. And that's really what we're trying to achieve. And the mobility plan that was approved by the policy board last month was a huge first step. But there is much more to come. Oh, and by the way, the 3 projects that the county submitted made it into the plan. John Hayes, Tierra de Este, and the county transit. So especially with the transit, when we're very, very excited to support the county. It's an awesome project that will complement the public transportation in the region.
Eduardo, Roger, Calvin, thank you very much. And just to clarify, I think sometimes when we say one voice on one page, that doesn't mean that we're excluding people that have differences. Even today in our audience, we have people that might be looking at it from a different perspective. But I think, reiterating what Commissioner Perez says is that there's still a lot of work to be done on the feedback process, the community involvement. And so when Eduardo and Roger refer to one page, one voice, it's not really referring to the whole community is going in the same direction, but that some of the agencies, like ourselves, that that we understand what kind of support do you need for us to be successful.
Exactly.
And that's what I've seen just in the short period of people coming together. And we've always stressed as a county that we really have to listen to our community and pay attention to what they're saying. And I feel very comfortable that that's always been the approach with the MPO, that there is a lot of interest in getting feedback, and that there's so much yet left. Because I think there is that misunderstanding that these projects are ready to go and we're going to design them, and there's still that component of community feedback that is really, really important. And I feel comfortable that that's the case. So I do hope that we do have support, a resolution in support of the project.
Right. And like you said, Judge, each individual project has its own development process. Some are more complicated than others, but all of them require public involvement, and especially the ones that may have a little more difference of opinions and all that. Those precisely will have much more public involvement through the environmental process, the NEPA process, as a text that moves forward with the process. So yeah, I mean that's why we mean that this mobility plan is more of a strategic document. We don't have all the answers for all the projects. We don't know if columns are going to be round or square, rectangular, purple, pink, yellow. I mean that all those details are part of each individual project development process.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Jose, thank you.
I think we have
Judge, we have-
a comment, and
we
I
have
have some
members
comments.
of the public that would like to speak.
And Judge, Commissioners, if I may, just to provide some additional context as to why we're here, it's related to one of the strategic planning items that planning was assigned in the 2020 strategic plan to facilitate a Commissioners Court resolution in support of the Northeast Parkway, which has been rebranded as the Borderland Expressway. And it's one of the keystone projects identified in the mobility plan. And when we re-engaged the MPO and the RMA about facilitating that resolution, that was at the time that this plan was being developed. And so the request was that the court consider adopting a new resolution in support of this document. And so the direction that we'll be looking from the court today, now no formal action, but just concurrence, is to help scope the language, help draft the language for that resolution of support as it relates to the mobility plan, either partially or in whole. So that's just something that some direction that we will be asking from the court this morning. Thank you.
Just as an FYI, and if you could help us, I'll be joining the mayor and a delegation next week to meet the president of Mexico and a lot of the transportation. And so if there's anything that you feel has international implications, if you could provide that or debrief me a little bit on what do I need to support when we're there. That'll be on the next Thursday through the weekend kind of thing. So a lot of the discussion is on the tornillo and what they need to be doing on the other side. And so any other touch points that might be, that we can begin to support the relationship that we have with Mexico, I think that's a good start. There's a good delegation that will be joining us.
Judge, if I may, also part of the trip to Boston was to attend the Border Trade Advisory Committee. The MPO is a member of that. And as TxDOT develops the Texas-Mexico Border Master Plan, there was a lot of really good conversations and actually a very good presentation from the representative from the Consejo Coordinador Empresarial of Mexico, giving an outlook of on the Mexican side. It fits very well to the presentation that you just heard from the Federal Reserve as far as the outlook and some of the indicators. So I'll be happy
Can you
to
share that?
absolutely. But we'll get with Jose and your staff to make sure that you get a lot of that information. Or if you want to meet and talk a little bit about that.
That might be a little bit more appropriate, just so I can be more prepared for that meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your leadership.
We have Mr. Scott White, Judge.
I'm sorry?
We have Mr. Scott White who'd like to speak.
Well, would you mind just the time limits and all that, just to explain?
Yes.
a little bit?
You have 5 minutes to speak, public comment.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Good morning to members of the Commission's Court. A Happy New Year to you all. I really do appreciate the work that the MPO staff and has done on this project, but I represent El Paso Bicycle Pedestrian Coalition, so we are one of those voices that feels a little left out of the discussion, because quite often when we talk about some of these issues, when it comes to safety, we see safety from a different perspective. To look at the number of pedestrian fatalities that this community has suffered over the past 2 years, it's been about half of all our traffic fatalities. So when we talk about safety, that's an issue that we really wonder about, because we look at the lion's share of the funding. If you look at the decision lens in the presentation, you will notice that we're looking at over $1 billion going to a freeway project, which we don't even know the full scope of yet, that really may not provide safe access to people who walk or bike or use transit. That's part of the plan, supposedly it will, but we wonder about these things. And you look at the rest of that list shortly thereafter, it's about projects that are designed for motor vehicles, not for people. We look at the very bottom of that list, and what we see is only 75 million total going to the county transit project and to the trail project. That's a huge difference when you consider the number of traffic fatalities. Where is the equity? Where is the quality? Where are we finding the funding to make sure people who walk, bike, and take transit are actually safe out there on our roadways? And so when we look at some of this decision-making process, and while I value what they have done so far, I think they also need to be going further. When we look at these projections, and I've challenged the MPO, Mr. Perez, I know you've heard me say this in the past, we need leadership from the members. We need membership from you as the elected that really sets the actual priorities. Is it really that we want to make sure that there's a certain level of service on these roadways, or that these roadway projects, these transportation projects are actually going to grow our economy, that they're going to have a positive impact on the neighborhoods that they connect or that they run through? Are they going to make it possible for us to bring the kind of jobs that the Federal Reserve was talking about that we don't have in this community? The quality of life that people are looking for when they come and relocate to this community. Do we have that? Do they have the walkability? Do we have the access to the transit that those kind of jobs and the people who work in those kind of jobs are looking for? You heard Dr. Rascon talk about the impact of the transportation fatalities and how that impacts this county. We can boil it down to a certain amount of number and say this is the dollar impact, but what about the lives that are impacted? Can we do something better to protect their lives? All of these plans, we can't look at transportation planning in isolation. We have to look at how it improves and it grows this community as a whole. Whether it is value added or it is simply making it convenient for some people to drive a greater distance, which in turn potentially has an impact, a very negative impact on our air quality. These are all factors that have to be considered when we look at these plans, and I certainly hope iteration 2, that becomes part of the decision-making process, not simply the value to some preset values that we've been using for a long time for transportation, but we start looking at the economic impact. We look at how people who cannot afford to own and operate a car afford to get around, the decisions they make. Do we invest more in transit at that point and make it possible for them to get around? Do we look at the land use planning that these transportation projects affect, and how, whether it creates that walkable community or whether it creates more sprawl, which we know is an economic drain, because all those extra roadways, all those extra buildings, all those extra utilities that we have to build to accommodate being so spread out is something that we have to pay for out of our tax dollars. There's a lot of decision-making process that needs to go into these processes. And while it's important that we move forward on certain projects, it's also important that we look at the greater context. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I can.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Cito Negron next.
Good morning. Thank y'all for letting me speak.
Good morning.
Reiterate what Scott said about the work y'all put in. I know you worked very hard on developing these models and these programs and proposals. I think the really unfortunate thing, though, is that this is not a neutral document. This is not a proposal to reconstruct the highway, which I think everybody agrees needs to happen. I haven't actually seen the pavement study, but I'm taking it on faith that this segment is in worse shape than other segments, like in front of the mall or other places where you see potholes. So that said, I think everybody's in agreement that there does need to be some reconstructive work done. If we were really approaching this from a neutral position, though, we would be looking at the reconstruction, which is the work we know that has to be done, and then what are our options? So I assume that the NEPA process is going to give us the range of options that they usually have, right? The preferred alternative, the other choice, and then the other wild choice. And where we should be starting on this is reconstructing the highway and then having one alternative be a widening and another alternative being maybe shutting it down completely or at least de-emphasizing its role as the major east-west conduit. Because that's incompatible with what we're trying to do downtown to build value. It's incompatible with our neighborhoods. It's incompatible with the values expressed in the city plan, which is the guiding document for how we should be putting the community together. And the highway is the major piece of infrastructure for that. So once we do something, there's no going back. If we widen it, there's no going back. Unless another 50 years from now, people realize we shouldn't have widened it and de-emphasize it and close it. So we need to now keep a close eye on the BTAC process because we should be looking at the Northeast Borderlands Expressway as the route out of town. I just learned this recently, but the Paso to the North is not actually that physical gap right there. The Paso to the North is the region, and it's whatever gap you can get through from east to west and north to south. And the Anthony Gap is a very good alternative for all of those trucks that don't need to be going through our downtown. When you hear about accidents that happen in the trench, those are trucks. And trucks have a disproportionate impact on road surfaces, up to 10,000 times the wear and tear on a road surface that passenger vehicles do. And obviously they take up much more space and accidents involving them are much more serious. So we should be focused on that, unfortunately, and I think I heard somebody talk about the scope of the resolution and the language you use. I think that's going to be very important here because there's probably a way to go forward with a regional package of projects and at the same time not commit yourselves to supporting this project as it is being proposed, because what's on paper says widening and adding access roads. It just doesn't just say generically like a project on I-10. It specifically says widening and access roads. So if you support this package, you're at this point supporting that. Now you may come back and say we've learned more and change your minds, but it would probably be wiser to start out with an open mind and say, yeah, we know something needs to be done. Yeah, we have a regional package of projects, but we're not putting our stamp of approval on such a radical proposal that would take more than 100 properties. I think the number is $90 million worth of properties, $2.5 million of annual tax revenue. I believe that's just in the city. So there's a lot of impact that we're talking about. More than 50 homes, a lot of small businesses, streetcar disruption. So the duration and term of the project is something very important. Would it take less time to reconstruct the highway as is versus going through a takings process, the added expense of widening, the added expense of doing other things that are being talked about in conjunction with this. So I think that it's important for us as a community, and that whole discussion hasn't been had yet. It didn't happen fully at the MPO because the MPO is more of a technical body and they're looking at some data. I also have issues with the data, the population projections that are used for the data. It estimates almost 2% growth in El Paso when the actual number has been closer to 0.7%. So they're estimating almost double the growth in the county that we've had. This stretch of highway isn't even in the top 100 of the most congested places in Texas. The Texas Transportation Institute annually puts out a list of most congested places. In 2018, a portion of the highway, and it's not clear whether it's the micro segment of downtown or whether it's larger segment 2 from Executive to Reynolds, was number 68, not even in the top 50. This year, it's 130 something. No, I'm sorry, it's 86. It's 86. So it dropped down to 86. It still is in the top 100.
Time.
But it's not so congested as to warrant this radical restructuring. Now, there's a lot more. I'll wrap up.
Thank you.
But there's a lot more to this in terms of urban planning. Progressive cities aren't widening freeways in the heart of their community where you have neighborhoods. So this is, I think, you have to, if you can, try to separate the idea that we need a project with being forced into a position of supporting this particular concept, which is widening the freeway. Thank you.
And your last speaker is Mr. Robert Storch.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, I'm a resident of Sunset Heights, and I'm very interested in the downtown expansion of I-10. Looking at the presentation on the Metropolitan Board, as I see it, the top priorities are both the Northeast Parkway and the downtown expansion, which I think are two projects that are working against each other. I think our priority should be to get through traffic out of downtown, and that's the Northeast Anthony Gap Expressway. Downtown, that project is purely focused at getting traffic through downtown. I think a metropolitan planning strategy should be more than just getting traffic through downtown. And that should be getting connectability between downtown and uptown and getting neighborhoods to come into each other. The current plan for I-10 would eliminate the 8 bridges that connect here and uptown to 3. That's not connectability. Pedestrian traffic, as the other speaker said, pedestrian bike traffic would be narrowed to 3 bridges. Access roads would be increased, so you'd have to cross a racetrack to get between Sunset Heights and downtown. This is craziness. We need to connect these neighborhoods, not break them apart. And a plan that prioritizes the most expensive and most disruptive construction plan on a segment of road that, as Cito said, is not even one of the most congested in the area. Congestion is a whole lot worse on that section from the Spaghetti Bowl up to Bassett. Let's submit a plan and work towards something that everybody can get behind, that works for one purpose and not cross purposes. Increasing traffic through downtown works at cross purposes with the Northeast Anthony Gap Expressway. Let's work on that one instead of asking for a huge amount of money to do something that's going to be a boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I'd like to make some comments and ask a couple of questions if you'll indulge me. First, I just wanted to read into the record here the statement that I had a member of my staff go read to the MPO. Unfortunately, I can't go to the MPO because there are 2 members that are on the board, and so I am not able to, as a representative of Precinct 2, to go to the MPO and actually voice my opinion there. So I had a staff member show up. I understand that at the TPB there was one person that voted against the widening of the trench downtown, and that was our state senator. So I think a very important voice in our community, a very strong voice in our community, and somebody who really listens to his constituents instead of special interests. And so I think it's very important for us to try and play that role the same. You know, so I'm gonna read this letter, and then I have a couple of questions for the folks at the MPO. So on behalf of Precinct 2 constituents who have contacted my office with concerns, I ask the MPO to take a measured approach that considers their needs on equal footing with the powerful interests driving the downtown portion of revitalized I-10 concept. Historic neighborhoods and dwellings in or near downtown stand to be raised or placed uncomfortably close to the new gateway boulevards as I-10 is widened. People who live in those affected areas are worried. Many positive and exciting developments are happening downtown, and these people fear that the proposed concept would compromise their participation in the continued revitalization. Transportation planning that diverts congestion from downtown would be the best way to respect the rights of individual residential property owners and of buildings in the proposed area affected by the concept. Doing so would also increase their property values. Destroying the character and livability of neighborhoods such as Sunset Heights and San Francisco Heights wrongfully deprives citizens of experiencing the momentum and prosperity that rightly should belong to all of us as downtown's renaissance continues. Furthermore, though the idea of capping the freeway with a new park could improve the quality of place downtown, the significant local investment required to make that a reality should be seriously considered and committed to before taking any significant steps toward making this concept a reality. State money to widen I-10 that is not accompanied by local investment creating the new downtown park absolutely would be the worst case scenario for people who live near downtown and people who work here. As a body, the MPO should make sure that that does not happen. Some cities have followed a path that drives downtown development that accommodates people who live outside the city center at the expense of those who reside in the urban core. That should not be our model. Downtown El Paso should be a place where people can work and play, but more importantly, it must be a place where people can live. And not only people from the higher economic strata. El Paso is for everyone. Population trends do not support the false narrative that the only way to continued regional prosperity is to widen I-10 near downtown. As we approach a new census, population estimates show stagnant population growth, not normally linked to significant traffic congestion increases. Meanwhile, the revitalized I-10 concept lacks justification by a traffic study. TxDOT has not provided those studies if they exist. That critically important step should not be disregarded. In the meantime, other transportation projects that would direct commercial truck traffic around El Paso, likely reducing congestion, are worthy of consideration. The Borderland Expressway would address congestion-related concerns without picking winners and losers among downtown property owners. And associated decreases in pollution and traffic likely would increase property values of the same people in the revitalized I-10 concept would drive out of greater downtown. So on behalf of my constituents, I urge all of you, whether elected or appointed, to consider all options as you proceed. My constituents are also constituents of some of theirs, and their concerns should be respected. So that was the statement that I had my staff read. And after being contacted and having many conversations with people that I represent, constituents of mine, I think it's very poignant to point out here that you talk about on one of these slides the reason for a regional mobility strategy is a response to perceived lack of vision. I think that widening the trench downtown is a huge lack of vision. There's nothing visionary about putting additional lanes in an area where we are trying to revitalize, where we're trying to attract people to come and live. I think you're going to kill downtown if you widen the trench. You're going to deter people from coming and wanting to live and work down there. You're going to be putting them between two major highways that carry truck traffic that does not even get off downtown. It's going to the bridges. I think that this proposal or this concept is just going to do damage to our downtown. The neighborhoods that are already separated should be reconnected. We should be looking at reconnecting them. You know, there are many cities, there are many examples of cities across the country, as in Boston, Denver, New Orleans, where they're taking their highways out of their urban cores and you know, replacing them with boulevards and green spaces and things that are attractive. I don't know how anybody thinks they're ever going to attract anybody else, more people to live downtown with more traffic. You know, and I don't know if you all have looked at the Katy Highway over by Houston, and the widening of that highway just brought more congestion. So if y'all are talking about, if you're worried about congestion, you're just going to be bringing more cars, and it's going to be the same. And we're going to be breathing in more contamination and polluted air downtown, and the people, not just the rich people that live down here, but the poor people that live down here are going to suffer. And I think there's definitely some, we need to look at that as well, because we do not want to continue to proliferate racism, and in my opinion, that is racism. So I have a couple of questions for the MPO. The first one is, I kind of alluded to it in the letter that I read, but there's no traffic study that's been done to justify the widening of the trench. There's just been modeling done. There's no true traffic study been done, correct?
Sure. And again, before MPO answers, again, this is one of the challenges of being the chair of the MPO, and about, again, clarifying this process. Senator Stout, Commissioner Stout is entirely, he's entitled to his opinions, but again, I want to caution everybody on what was voted on and what was not, and I had to do this at the MPO meeting. Senator Rodriguez expressed concerns, as many people did, and like I said, they're completely entitled to do so, about the widening of this particular portion of I-10. That was not the vote that was taken. Commissioner Stout is already going into the project details about the widening of I-10. There has been no decisions made regarding the approval or the widening of I-10. Again, this is a planning and a strategic document. Commissioner Stout's comments is going to be more appropriately directed if funding is even attained during the NEPA process as this project is developed. And it's just the reason I feel the need to say this, when comments like this are made, is because it confuses the public on exactly, again, transportation planning process is very complex. And I just want to be very clear at what stage we are at. Again, if funding is attained, there will be an opportunity for public input, and that's where the scope of the project and staff will elaborate on this further. That's where these types of comments, go ahead and testify against that's the more appropriate time. But again, that's not what was voted on last month by the Transportation Policy Board, and that's not what we're being asked to vote on here.
So we're not being asked to vote on a concept. It's a concept that really, in my opinion, provides really no information. So we're just saying that we should that we're voting on a concept that has no backup, that has no information, and we're just saying yes, we think it's a good idea to do something with I-10 segment downtown. You're telling me that there's another option that isn't widening, because the only presentations I've ever received going back a couple of years is that the only thing we're talking about here is widening I-10.
And I think TxDOT will be forced to provide alternatives that include exactly what you're saying, that don't widen. Again, that's in the project. That's in that particular phase of the project.
Eduardo Carlos, for the record, Executive Director of the MPO. I'm not going to speak for TxDOT on the specifics for the project, but having been involved in many of these projects for many years, and what Commissioner Perez just stated is exactly, it's right on. As TxDOT is currently doing a feasibility study, and when you do a feasibility study, yeah, you are testing different concepts. Perhaps a concept that has been out there the most is precisely the one that shows a potential widening of I-10 with frontage roads and the loop and just the taking out some of the bridges, the existing bridges, crossing I-10 and all that. All of that is just a concept, is one of many that we're testing. As the project moves forward to the following phase, through the NEPA process, they have to come up with different alternatives. And from the very beginning, they have to do intense public involvement, right? To really learn and hear very specifically what the concerns are of the community. So all of that creates different alternatives that are going to be tested for impacts. Again, that's the NEPA process, right? Evaluating all the different impacts to the human and the physical environment of each of the different alternatives. And don't forget that as part of the NEPA process, the no-build alternative is always on the table, right? So you compare it against no.
So from what I understand, this plan endorses the concept, right? The plan that you're presenting endorses, in my opinion, endorses the concept of doing something with I-10, right? And I think that, I understand that you're talking about waiting to vote something down when we have more specifics, but my point is, I don't think that we need to be precipitous and endorse something that is completely undefined.
I disagree.
So is it defined or is it undefined?
What this plan is endorsing, or what this plan is saying, is that this segment of I-10 is one of the most important segments of the transportation network for the region. There is no question about that. I-10 is a lifeline, whether we like it or not. I-10 is a lifeline. In that segment of I-10, the pavement is in very, very bad shape. We know that as a fact. We are one bad winter away from that pavement really just literally falling apart. So something has to be done. So again, what the plan recognizes is that this segment of I-10 needs to be rebuilt very, immediately. Because
or done away with, right? That could be another option, or completely taken out of downtown.
And
that option could also be on the table.
And do what?
You divert the traffic up to the border, the Anthony Gap, the Border West Expressway, or what are we calling it? The Borderland Expressway.
Right. That's for through traffic, Commissioner. I think it's been very clear and documented that the traffic volumes that we have on I-10 within the metropolitan area, it's us, it's commuters. There's a lot of trucks that are not just the through traffic. It's trucks that are coming in from our ports of entry, right? The ports of entry.
But our ports of entry, the trucks are coming through are not downtown.
They come from the Zaragoza port of entry through Boda, and they need to go to their transloading because these are the drayage trucks. They gravitate towards I-10, again, whether we like it or not. Those that are coming in from Santa Teresa, where do they go to do their transloading? To I-10. Now from there, then they go and go either west or east, but there's a lot of local traffic. Now, the highest volumes that we find in I-10, it's us as commuters. So we cannot ignore, I think it would be irresponsible as a planner, to ignore the fact that I-10 is our lifeline. So I think, in my opinion, really what this plan is really addressing is, or recognizing, that segment of I-10 is the #1 priority, because if we don't do something about it, we're going to be hurting in a few years.
Yeah, I mean there are models, as I alluded to, in other cities, as in Boston and Denver and New Orleans, where they're doing the same thing, and they're creating boulevards. They're taking these large thoroughfares out of their cores and creating something that an option that allows traffic to come downtown if it needs to, and diverting a large amount of it to the areas that it needs to go without disturbing the core. Those are options that I don't think have really seriously been talked about but I think they should. You know, and as I said, you know, I think this, I mean, by approving this concept, what we're approving is, I mean, it's is either, I mean, best case scenario, I guess, would be just leaving I-10 the way it is and redoing it, or worst case scenario is widening it and bringing more congestion, more pollution downtown. Why don't, I mean, that's why I say that this is not there's no vision here. There's no vision in this project at all. It's I mean it's catering to we're catering to basically the through traffic that's coming from California to Texas or vice versa. That's traveling east and west and through our community. As I was asking earlier, I didn't understand if there's even been a traffic study done to justify even widening the trench. I mean, I'd like that to be on the record. If there's been an actual study done, or is, I mean, this is just a concept.
Again, I'm not here to defend TxDOT, but I know that they have had countless public meetings. There a lot of traffic analysis, a lot of traffic studies done. I really don't understand your comment, Commissioner, in terms of saying that there aren't. There are, and again, TxDOT has presented at the MPO through the Reimagine I-10 feasibility study, focusing on I-10, providing the traffic analysis, the demographic projections. You can argue, whether they are, growth rates. We can argue about them. I personally think that the growth rates that they're applying are pretty safe and within, realistic. Considering that this region is not growing as fast, unfortunately, as the rest of Texas or other metropolitan areas in the state of Texas. That is an area of concern for all of us. We want to grow, not just grow for the sake of growing, but we want to grow in terms of growing the economy, better, paying jobs, being able to attract industry and all that. But that's part of the vision that we need to be talking about. How are we going to make this region grow? And obviously, a solid transportation network is one of the most important elements for that.
Just a quick question, and I understand this not a vote but a consensus, that we continue the talks, whether it be widening I-10 or other possibilities, as Commissioner Stott mentioned. We're not voting or asking for consensus on widening I-10, just further our discussions, further studies, that as we move forward, that there's going to be some options for us. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Jose?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner, to your point, yes. So the direction we're requesting from the court today is what should or should not be included in the general language for resolution of support. So should a resolution of support state simply that the county Commissioners Court, therefore, be it resolved, supports the El Paso Mobility Plan version 2019. It could be that simple, or it could be that they support the mobility plan version 2019, and then you offer additional comments, right? You could offer as much context as you would like in terms of, you explicitly support the acceleration of certain local government projects, and you can add caveats to what that support is, and then you may also, the court could also consider additional language that speaks to some of the concerns and discussion the court's having right now about the winding of I-10 in that as well. Or again, the court could simply say that it doesn't want to move forward with the mobility plan and simply wants to proceed with what was originally identified in the strategic plan, which is supporting the Northeast Parkway, which is now the Borderland Expressway. So that is all that direction and guidance we will take, work with the county attorney's office to draft a resolution, and then have that before the Commissioners Court on a regular Monday meeting.
And that was my understanding, that we could incorporate some of the comments that were made here, and including Commissioner Stout, and in a way that people are satisfied that we don't already have a one-track mind and that's what we're going to do, but that there's, what we discuss here, that it's still in the process of getting community feedback, and we can incorporate that as part of the resolution as well.
That's completely possible. And so, I mean, really whatever the court would like, or if the court would like to point to members of the court, their offices to work with our staff in drafting the resolution, work with the county attorney's office. That way what comes back to the commissioner's court and on the Monday meeting is representative of the interests that the court and the points that the points of conversation that the court has had this morning.
I would caution against just clumping them all together in one big resolution, because I think that by passing a resolution by saying that we support the I-10 downtown, we're committing or we're saying that you know the option of keeping I-10 or widening it is what we want to do, and I think that we should refrain from doing that at this point, because I don't think that we have enough information when it comes to the lack of a traffic study. I think the flawed argument that there will be or there is too much congestion, or there will be too much congestion downtown, according to the census data. I just think that we should I don't have a problem passing a resolution on the Borderline Expressway part that we were originally going to look at supporting. However, I think that the Commissioner's Court should inform itself much more deeply on what this concept entails, and not just without really any information say that we support it. Say that we support a project when we have no idea what it entails.
And Judge, again, that when the commissioner says this isn't a visionary project, again, it's going specifically into the project details of one project. Again, as a planning organization, it's very difficult to achieve unanimity. I'd also want to point out there's other representatives aside from Commissioner Stout who represent this area, who do sit on the MPO. All the state representatives sit on the board. Representative Lizarraga also sits on there, that also represent the area. But to start saying, well, we don't like this project, but we want this, it kind of goes against the spirit of what the MPO is trying to achieve by bringing forth a unified plan. I think, again, there's going to be opportunities for members of the public, for Commissioner Stout and for others to have their voices heard, and TxDOT, and I urge TxDOT to come up with options that take into consideration all the concerns that have been heard. But again, as our role at the MPO is to plan, and again, it's impossible to achieve unanimity, especially with the board of this size. But I think the fact that you have only one member of the board vote against this plan as a whole for the same reasons that Commissioner Stout is expressing, because of one project, I think says a lot about what the direction of the MPO in terms of how the importance that they view this document in totality for our region, and what it means for our region in getting funding from Austin, which is the ultimate goal.
I mean, I represent this area. I represent the majority of the people that came up here and spoke to you. Even though there are many more, I think that have some of the same concerns. Commissioner Perez, I mean, I see that a lot of the projects that are in your area are being moved up, and I'm happy to support that, because it's what's good for the people, and it's what you feel is good for the people in your district or in your precinct, and of course you're going to advocate for that. I think my job is to advocate for the people that I represent, and the concerns that they have. And I think that we should not get ahead of ourselves. As I said, I don't think we should be precipitous, and we should hold off when it comes to completely understanding. I mean, you may have a much deeper understanding because you're the chair of the TPB. you know, some of us are that aren't on the TPB, you know, are still trying to understand what all this entails and what all this means. But I think that, like I said, I think that we would be making a mistake if we vote for something that we have no idea what it entails. We're just voting for something that's a concept that we have no information about anything, in my opinion. I feel like I'm totally in the dark on this.
And again, you know, when I came into this position, you know, I didn't get the choice to represent 95% of the unincorporated territory in this county. So when you said these are projects in my precinct, it's the county's responsibility as a whole to construct roads in unincorporated territories. So it's not projects. Yes, they happen to be my precinct, and I also happen to represent 95% of unincorporated territory in this county. And so, but I think, you know, we have to look beyond, you know, what's in what precinct and what's in another. Again, and that's what the MPO has tried to do, is look at what's best for the region. And again, the fact that I can't recall the last time that we had this many projects, you know, for discussion, where you had, for the most part, almost unanimity, with the exception of Senator Rodriguez, who's expressing the same concern as you are. And again, there will be ample opportunity for folks to do that. But again, I just want to be very clear about what it is that the Commissioners Court is being asked to vote on.
You know, I think what, you know, we want to maintain the integrity of the process. I would like to take your recommendation, Jose, that you work on it, on a resolution that, you know, you work with each one of the commissioners, myself, that sort of gets it at least to some general understanding of feedback, and then we vote on it. Because I think we could sit here and it would be difficult to determine, but I think the integrity is, you know, resolution, and we determine if we vote on it or not. And that way, I think then we can go forward a lot better than if we just sort of not do the resolution and at least give people the opportunity to vote as to whether they're supporting or not supporting the resolution.
So what we can do is we can work on drafting and soliciting the original resolution that we were tasked in the strategic planning, the strategic plan document to support the Borderland Expressway, and we can make that option A, and then we can also provide an option B, which is what the MPO has requested, which is an expanded resolution that generally supports the mobility plan as a whole, and then the court can decide on a Monday meeting how they would like to proceed at that point. That way the court has, the court's not confined to one option versus the other, and that's the conversation the court can have on Monday.
So that's two different resolutions you're proposing?
So the court could either choose to pass both, or take action on both, or choose one and take action on just one. Right? And so one would just be the original scope, which was what we were asked to develop in the strategic plan, which is just a supportive resolution of support for the Northeast Parkway project. And then based on the MPO's request, we can develop a parallel resolution that supports the mobility plan version 2019, and then the court can take action on both.
I think that's the right thing to do.
So we'll work on bringing that and then placing that again on a regularly scheduled Monday meeting.
Thank you. Jose, thank you. Eduardo, Roger, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 5, receive a presentation from the Human Resources Department regarding the proposal of a paid parental leave program.
Real quick before HR gets started, well, two things. Okay, one, after this item, if you all want to take a short break, the food should be here. And I believe Melissa's gonna start off with an introduction on this item.
So after
After this item.
Okay.
Did you read it? Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. This morning, really briefly before our team presents on this, I want to introduce you all to Mr. Sabian Solis, who's been waiting very patiently and getting to know what government looks like here at El Paso County. Sabian Solis is our new wellness coordinator for the county, and so we wanted to take the opportunity to show a face and connect you. He is a certified trainer and has been in the health career for quite some time. He started at a young age and continues to invest in youth, but he recently graduated from UTEP with his bachelor's in health promotions and a minor in nutrition. So we're excited to have Mr. Solis not just teach us about physical wellness, but also mental and overall wellness here at the county. So I wanted to make sure that you all got to know who he was.
Thank you. Welcome.
Just want to say good morning and thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to serve the county and the employees and build on our wellness program. So I'm very excited.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Sabian.
Thank you.
Great program.
So with that, this morning we have a paid parental leave program that we'd like to speak about. The purpose of this morning's presentation is to go over a bit of research that we've done, give the Commissioners Court an overall best practices on what we've seen in other entities, review what our current plan looks like, and then we have a few discussion points that we'd like to bring to your attention in receiving some additional guidance so that we can formulate our final policy and our program and hope to implement it within the fiscal year in the very, very near future. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Cochran. Michelle will go review the first part of the presentation, and then we'll get into some discussion points. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran of the Human Resources Department. As we begin, I just want to give a brief overview of what parental leave is. So when we talk about parental leave, we're talking about when employees give birth to, adopt, or foster a child. So that's what we're talking in context today with today's leave. Currently, our parental leave is in accordance with federal guidelines. We follow the FMLA, which allows for up to 480 hours within a 12-month period. It is unpaid, and so for our employees to get paid during this time, they have to use their accrued sick and or vacation leave in order to receive a paycheck. The current leave accruals that they would be using are accrued at the rates you see on your screen. All employees get 10 days of sick leave annually, and your vacation leave is dependent upon your years of service. We also have our sick leave pool, which currently these are the requirements for the pool. You must pay to play, meaning you must donate during your donation period, which is December of every year. And there are requirements such as they must have a minimum of 80 hours first in order to contribute and a balance after their contribution. So if somebody, for example, has used their sick leave because they've been out for birth, adoption, or fostering a child, they may not be able to contribute to the sick leave that year. It does not allow for donations for person to person. And as I just mentioned, the annual donation period is in December upon completion of your first anniversary with the county and when you separate employment. So when employees separate, we ask if they'd like to donate any of their sick leave to the pool. The policy currently only allows for usage for catastrophic events. So it limits the ability for employees to truly utilize this leave for birth or adoption is not considered a catastrophic event. It is capped at the 480 hours, so employees cannot exceed the FMLA entitlement, but it is there to supplement should they not have enough leave in the event of a catastrophic event. I wanted to provide you some data on FMLA requests for specifically birth and child adoption. You'll see the numbers in front of you for the last 4 years. So on average, 14% of all FMLA qualifying events and leave are for parental leave. Any questions on that? In our research, we wanted to share with you some relevant research. So we looked at other government agencies that currently provide parental leave. So the city of El Paso has implemented this. They allow for up to 4 consecutive weeks in a 12-month period. It cannot be taken intermittently, so meaning the parent must take it 4 weeks at a time. They can't use it within that 12-month period for FMLA. It can only be used after the recipient exhausts their own leave. So similar to our sick leave pool, if they exhaust their own leave, this is there to supplement
their leave time. And they do allow for donations from co-workers to the pool. They have a separate pool for this.
And that's paid?
That's paid, yes, Commissioner. The government just recently passed their paid parental leave program. It won't go into effect until this October, but theirs is a fully paid 12-week program. They must work for the government at least 12 weeks upon the conclusion of the leave. So there are exceptions if an employee gets sick after the birth of, or adoption of their child. They don't have to fulfill that, but they do require an agreement with the employee so that they get these 12 weeks upon the completion of their leave, and returning they must work for the government for 12 weeks after they return. But they do not require the employee to exhaust their accrued leave prior to qualifying for this paid leave. So as you can see with our research on these other entities, there truly is no consistency. So the parameters are really up to the entity to decide what we would like to offer for this benefit for our employees. That concludes the research. If you don't have any questions on me, Melissa's gonna step up here to discuss the parameters that we would like to go over with you.
I've got.
Yes, Commissioner.
I know that I've discussed it with Betsy in the past. I understand there is a large pool that we already have. It might be something different.
Wait, she discussed it. Can you go back up 2 slides?
I apologize that I missed that.
That's okay, Commissioner. So that's currently our sick leave pool. There are some stringent requirements with our current pool. So you must pay to play, meaning you must donate during the annual donation period. An employee must donate in order to receive the benefit of this pool in the event that they need it. So unfortunately, that could hinder some employees, let's say, who were out for birth or adoption of a child and they don't have the leave required to donate, because you must have 80 hours of a leave balance after your donation in order to even donate to the pool.
But I understand that, I know it says it reads 80 hours to contribute, but we already have a pool.
That's
Is that
this
correct?
pool. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
and no, I may be misunderstanding, but how many hours do we have in the current pool right now?
Currently, we have 60,000 hours sitting in that pool.
60,000 hours, okay.
60,000 hours, but the usage is only allowed for catastrophic events per the policy right now. And so this could be separate and apart from the parental leave.
Real quick, Michelle, so this pool is what is statutorily allowed for a sick leave pool. So if you're going to have a sick leave pool, when I first started, we had 2 types of leave donations. We had sick leave donation and we had vacation donation. And legal advised us that we had to eliminate the vacation donation because it's not statutorily allowed, and that the sick leave pool is statutorily allowed. However, how we structure the sick leave pool is up to us. There are certain things that you must do. You must identify that it's to be used for catastrophic events. However, it allows you to define what a catastrophic event is. We set up some of the rules initially because when we initially set it up, we did not have that many hours. We had, literally, there would be people who would come in for donations and we were having to track that we had enough donations to cover that leave. Now, I also want to tell you all something else about the sick leave pool. When Michelle says we have 60,000 hours, that is just an accounting number. There is no money attached to that sick leave pool. So it is just an hours
Let me ask you this,
bank.
how did we get those 60,000?
Through those every year when they open it up and we donate to it to be a participant, or a lot of them come from when people are leaving, we say, oh, so I think it's statutorily, they're allowed to donate upon separation of employment. And so we allow them to donate, and statutorily, you can accept up to 10 days.
So
of
let me
donation.
stop so I can
So
keep
that's
up
the
with you.
majority.
I apologize.
No, sir.
So in effect, there's been, over all these years, there's been a savings because we have not used these 60,000 hours. Bear with me a little bit. Had those employees taken those sick days, we would have lost those days. We would not have 60,000 hours.
So there would not have been a savings, but there wouldn't have been a savings because if the employees are budgeted for 2,080, full-time employees are budgeted for 2,080 hours, whether they take it or not. So like, for example, if I'm not here today, you're still paying my salary if I'm out sick. And if I am here, you're still paying my salary, and we budget it either way.
So we're looking at productivity.
It's loss of productivity, yes, sir. So because they didn't take the time off, we got their productivity.
So I don't go beyond the agenda. What we're talking about is strictly the maternity leave and paternity leave right now.
Paid parental leave for either the birth or placement of a child for foster or adoption.
So my direction then for this conversation will take place at a later time.
Well, yes, and Melissa, we've already talked about, we need to revamp or consider proposing to you all a change to our sick leave pool, and that will happen separately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, also just to tie on a little bit about that, we've been staying on the sick leave pool because we want to make sure that it's serving the county employees in the best way possible. We started to look at different ways. As a matter of fact, we had a legislative item last year that we wanted to look at possibly changing the law that limits our ability to do certain things with this pool. But it didn't pick up the traction that we thought it would at the TAC level. And so as an entity, it's back in our playing field, which is good because we still can work with it at a policy level. And as Betsy said, we'll bring back some options for you on this policy change in the near future.
Yeah, and my urgency on it because we do have currently some employees that are out that on serious sick leave that are exhausting their pool. So
They're
something
on
like
leave,
yeah, they're on
and
leave.
they don't have enough to donate to the pool.
Okay.
But it's truly a
It doesn't
catastrophic event in their life, right?
So we need to bring it back,
Yes,
Betsy,
sir.
if at all possible, the sooner the better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We will.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for interrupting that much. I usually do not do that.
No, they're good questions, and honestly, they'll come back into play with the next few points. So I have 3 discussion points that I'd like to bring to the court's attention in terms of a paid parental leave program. And so it's funding source. We want to start talking about funding source, what the amount of time looks like for employees who are under this program, and then what the requirements of our leave would look like. So if we go back to funding source, we've kind of touched on this already, but truly, as Betsy mentioned, that sick leave pool, which was an idea for us to use to fund this paid parental leave program, there's a funding mechanism to it. It's an accounting tracking of what people donate, and then we use them to give to other people, right? Again, we're also funding and budgeting positions for 2,080 hours, which is a full-time employee. Whether they use them or not, the budget is there. So when you look to say, how can we expand paid parental leave? What are the budget impacts? And budget can chime in because we've talked about this. There is no budget impact for this program. There's none, because you're already funding and committing to the position for the year already, whether you use it or not. So
There's no direct, and
there's no direct budget impact. The impact when we talk about this program is that loss of productivity, because they wouldn't physically work the 2,080 hours if they're not here. That's the impact.
And the only other impact there could be is if somebody is out, and this happens now, if there's somebody who's out and the job is either like a single resource or it's impacting operations so significantly, a department will come and ask for a temporary.
And they will use the salary savings. In those instances, when departments have asked for temps, the large majority of the time, we're using the salary savings of the person being out to cover the temp at a lesser rate. So again, those impacts to exceed what you've already budgeted for happen very few, if at all. So when we talk about funding source, we wanted to make sure we know that. But one of the things that Betsy and I have been talking about is, do we want to use this sick leave pool, or do we want to create something separately? As Michelle mentioned, the city tracks it separately. And so from an administrative perspective, there may be some changes that need to happen, but one of the recommendations that we have is, instead of using the sick leave pool, which can be used for other things, we can create this pool, if you will, or this tracking mechanism differently. It doesn't need to come from donations if the court approved it, and we'll get into the parameters in just a bit. Some of the things we've tossed around is, might it be a Chronos code that we work with the auditors on. And if an employee is approved for this parental leave, then the Chronos code would turn on, it would max out at the cap, whatever the court decides, and then the employee is entitled to that. So rather than we use the pool, we can use this strictly for paid parental leave. I don't know if the court has additional ideas or direction on that, but that's some of the things that we think might be a good practice.
Melissa, I got another question in reference to the contract that the sheriff's department has. Would this in any way contradict anything that's in there, or do we have to have some sort of understanding, a written subcontract to allow SO employees to participate in this?
So currently, the sheriff's office employees are entitled to everything that the county employees are with regard to FMLA. FMLA is the same. They also are forced to do it in a concurrent manner. The organization gets to decide that. So some entities will say, you get FMLA leave and then you can use your own leave after. We have a policy that says for the county and the sheriff's office that leave runs concurrently. Your FMLA protection runs at the same time that you're using your sick, your vacation, or any type of county funded program. That is a continued recommendation we would have the court consider. I can't think off the top of my head.
The paid leave would be a new benefit and it would have to be negotiated.
Because that's what I was gonna say. I can't think off the top of my head if within the contract what the language specifically says with this, but they don't have a paid leave program right now. So we'd have to look at how it would impact that contract.
Now, when you say negotiated, does that mean we have to wait the 4.5 years?
You can file a request to reopen negotiations, but generally you would want to use this as part of negotiations.
And I think, I don't know if somebody from the SO was here, but.
Pete's,
Pete's
Mr. Frody's here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, that sort of clarifies in my mind what you're presenting. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So with regard to funding source, are there any other questions or ideas, or do you kind of like that idea of us creating the separate program with Chronos tracking administratively?
I like
So we put this together? Okay. So the next piece that I want to chat with you about is the amount of time for employees. Now, under FMLA, as Michelle mentioned, FMLA allows for 12 weeks of unpaid leave. Of course, if an employee has accrued leave, then they use that leave concurrently. You have some employees who have the pleasure of using those 12 weeks in a paid capacity by nature of what they've accrued, but you have others who don't have enough leave, don't have sufficient leave, are newer employees who haven't accrued as much leave, and so they may take the 12 weeks, but they may take maybe 4-5 weeks paid, and then the rest of that time is unpaid. So when you build a program such as this and we think, well, what is the amount of time that we want to give under this program? We just saw that the city gives 4 weeks, and we saw that the feds are getting ready to give 12 weeks, which is exactly what FMLA would give. One of the recommendations or ideas that we have is up to 6 weeks. So it wouldn't be the 4, but it wouldn't be the 12. It would be giving a parent, whether the mother or the father or the parent who adopts or fosters a child, up to 6 weeks of paid leave before they even get to their sick or vacation leave. That is an idea that we have. Now, we talked about, should we require sick and vacation usage first before the county's paid parental leave program comes into play? But we believe that might disincentivize or treat certain classes of employees differently. When you have someone who just completed a year with the county, they're gonna need all the help they can get with paid leave because they don't have those accruals. Or someone who's more tenured and has a child or adopts later, they would use all of their leave and they wouldn't even need help from the county. So if we're trying to create a program that's consistently treating parents the same, our recommendation is that the paid leave for parental leave happen first before an employee has to use their own sick or vacation.
So the question really is, do you want this to be a new leave category? Or are you trying to make sure that people are whole when they go out on paid for parental reasons?
I think they need to be whole if they go out on.
So whole is, but the difference is whole, so like right now, I am maxed out on sick leave. I could go have like 9 babies. But luckily I can't. But I wouldn't need to access any additional leave other than what I already have. But the concept is also, because I'm maxed out on sick leave, is it fair that I use up all my sick leave to go have a child
Well, I think what I think we should do is that it should be, I mean, if you've been here, if we decide that there's a requirement of somebody working here a year, I don't know if we.
Right, a year, say.
If somebody's working here for a year, they're only gonna have
80?
80 hours of sick leave if they didn't take any time off for sick leave. As opposed to somebody who's been working here for 20 years may have, you know, whatever the max amount is. And so, you know, I think people should be on a level playing field. I think that, I don't think we should ask them to spend their sick leave or their time off, their PTO, and then before they get access to the
Paid parental leave.
I think they should, I mean, if they have a child, they should be able to get sick at another point in time, in another point in time in the year, and they should be able to have access to their vacation at another point in time in the
And
year.
that's really helpful too, from a personal perspective, I'll tell you, because once you have a child, a new child, whether it's foster or whether it's adoption or birth, you know that over the next, I mean, there's appointments for shots, there's appointments, wellness checks. Young children, you know, are exposed, especially if someone's returned to work and the child's in daycare. There's often more illnesses, and you need your sick leave for those regular things that occur.
Right. I think we should do it that way.
And also, Melissa, can you consider the impact that married couples also how, you know,
Yes,
how do
sir.
we deal with them?
So the next point that I have regarding this topic is shared parenting. So what happens when both parents work for the County of El Paso? Would the court want to grant the 6 weeks of leave to each parent, or would they want it to be split? Now, what the law currently provides under FMLA, and what our policies say both for us and at the Sheriff's Office, is that leave is split. So under your current FMLA leave, any parents who work for the same entity must split the leave when it is for the birth, adoption, or placement of a foster care child. The reason why that's carved out is under FMLA, people often forget that we have the family part of the family leave, and then we have the medical part. So if under the family leave, this is the requirement, we would recommend that consistency with the same program. It doesn't deviate from their ability to still qualify for medical leave under the FMLA if the mother suffers some kind of medical injury later, or the father, or the parent, or the spouse, whatever it be. It doesn't deviate from their ability to take FMLA for medical reasons. This is solely as it relates to the family piece, the placement, birth, or adoption piece. And so we would recommend the consistency, if the parents work for the county under the 6 weeks and they have a child, that they would split that leave. That would be a consistent recommendation as it trickles in from FMLA already.
The difference is that this is 6 weeks and FMLA is 12 weeks. So right now, the two parents, one could take off under the 12 weeks. One could say, I'm gonna be with the baby the first 6 weeks, and you're gonna be with the baby the second 6 weeks. So if my partner does the first 6 weeks and I do the second 6 weeks, I would go first, or they would go first. We would have to agree to either, my partner only takes off 3 weeks of paid leave and uses 3 weeks of vacation, and then I take off 3 weeks of paid parental leave and 3 weeks of my sick leave, or you could give them both the 6 weeks.
You know, I have mixed feelings about that, because in a way, we're punishing them for working in the same place.
Right.
If one of them was working for the school district, they
would
take
get
their, they take their 12 weeks and then another 12 weeks or so. Let's look, let's look at that. I mean, our employees is our first responsibility.
Yeah, and in HR best practices, you wanna give both equal opportunities to do what they need to do as a parent. When you split them, then you're giving them half the opportunity.
Right. And then that just comes from what we're currently doing under the 12 weeks, but absolutely completely zero.
Those 12 weeks turn into 30, 40 years.
Right.
At least.
Okay.
Good.
So this is very helpful. Your direction is very helpful as we strategize what this looks like. Another thing I want to bring under this discussion point is the continuous versus intermittent. Now, what you did see with the city and the feds, even though they had quite a bit of differences, one thing where they were consistent is that the paid parental leave portion is consecutive. They don't allow for intermittent leave of this type. They allow for it only to be taken if it's going to be taken consecutively. How does the court feel about that?
I think we should allow it intermittently within the first year of the child's life. Or
That's
the
what
first year.
FMLA allows.
FMLA allows it intermittently, yes. Okay. Any other, that seems, we'll work on that. And then let's see, I think that's good under amount of time for employees. The next,
Did we say the amount?
so we talked about 6 weeks,
I think it should be 12,
okay?
at least 12. I think 6 weeks is very little time for a parent to spend with their child before they have to ship them off to daycare.
Is that the feds
It's
also?
not that they're not allowed to spend more time. It's that the leave is paid for 6 weeks,
Right.
and then they would have to use other
Sure,
leave
I get
or
that.
leave without pay.
No, I understand, but I still think that 12 weeks is minimum 12 weeks.
And that is what the federal government is doing, is 12 weeks.
Could you give us financial impact on the 6 weeks and 12 weeks?
So there is, no, the impact is the loss of productivity. So
Okay.
because they're budgeted for
That's right.
2,080 hours, whether they work 6 and not 6 or 12 and not 12, there's no financial impact. What it does is on the loss of productivity side, it imposes someone to be out longer than
No,
they may have
I agree with
otherwise.
the 12 weeks.
Okay.
Is there a consensus on 12 weeks pretty much?
Okay, thank you. This last discussion point has some more questions, but the requirements of the leave. So now we're talking about eligibility. When you talk about requirements, we've kind of covered, do you want the employees to have to exhaust their leave first or not? I think we've kind of addressed that. The other thing is running concurrently with that FMLA protection. Otherwise, it's this program and then another, but we've talked about that. Is the court okay with the concurrent FMLA with this 12-week leave?
I would
explain
highly
that?
recommend that.
So what it basically means is that if an employee goes out for 12 weeks of leave for parenting reasons,
The FML leave,
It
FMLA
covers
is
the-
spent concurrently.
yes, that protection.
So that means they won't have another 12 weeks
Exactly.
of unpaid FML leave afterwards.
Exactly.
And it means that, it doesn't mean that, for example, at the end of the 12 weeks that like, sorry, you gotta come back or it's over. But it gives us as an employer the legal right to look at that position, look at the current situation. And there have been multiple times where we didn't run it concurrently, erroneously, we made a mistake, and we wished we had.
Good with that one? Okay. The other thing we want to talk about is an employment agreement. So you've seen where with both the city and the Fed, they do require an agreement, and this is just ensuring that prior to the leave, the parent would sign an agreement saying, if you give me this 12 weeks, when I return, I will give you the 12 weeks back. Of course, with those exceptions, things could happen, and we'll look at those, but ideally it's making sure that they're given the leave, but they're also giving it back to us upon return. Would that be something the court's interested in using?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, and that would be supported, absolutely. Let's see, probation versus annual, so this is a big one. When are they able to use it?
I was gonna say, how long do they have to be on staff before they're to start?
Yes, sir, that's the big question. Is it from day one? Is it once they pass their probationary period? Or does the court want to keep it concurrent with what we've done with FMLA? They have to be here a year, work 1,250 hours. What are your thoughts about that?
What's the probationary period? Is that a year also?
It's
6 months.
It's 6 months for new hires.
Do the feds have?
1 year, I think.
It's 1 year. The federal does the FMLA wait time for 1 year.
I mean, it seems like we're largely mirroring the feds policy.
Okay. Okay, you have consensus on that? And then the last thing under this one that I wanted to ask about was in terms of salary. So ideally, when the employee's out, is the court interested in covering their leave at 100% of what they're currently making when they're out? Or is there a different percentage they wanted to pay at this level? What's the thoughts with that?
I think 100%.
FMLA is 100%.
FMLA is unpaid, so FMLA
Oh, it doesn't.
doesn't dictate. But under this, 100% keeps them whole.
You do not wanna play with their salary and, you know.
So those are the points that I wanted to clarify and receive guidance from this court about. What I'd like to do with that is work with Michelle and her team on finalizing a policy. Of course, we'd share it with our department heads, ask for additional input, and then bring back a policy in the very near future to the court for final adoption. Okay, is there anything I missed that you think needs to be included?
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And thank you for, it's always a pleasure, it's very comprehensive, you've looked at it from different perspectives, you give us benchmarks, and so just wanna thank you how you approach us, you know, that you're educating us at the same time, but you're also very well-versed at the policy, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Good luck.
Thank you. Do you, let me see.
Wait, hasta me da miedo. You've been saying that and getting butterflies.
Okay, there, if you all wanna take a short recess, you could now, to grab
Short
something to
as
eat,
in-
and then like 20-30 minutes, or we still have, 4 more items, the, 2 financial items, then the update on the Veterans Needs Assessment, and then a discussion regarding the binational affairs position.
Yeah, if we didn't have that much, I think we should go through, but I think we do need a little break before we
So you wanna
get
take
into
about
it.
a 20 or 30 minute
Yeah.
recess? What do you want?
I'd say 20, just to
A 20-minute recess?
To eat?
regroup.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know how you can eat in 20 minutes, but
20 minutes-ish.
Ish. We're like 30-ish.
I know if we say 20, it'll be about
well,
30.
I mean, it'll
We
take
know.
15 minutes to just go downstairs and get something.
No, the food's here.
No food's here.
Oh, you guys brought food? Oh,
Yes,
okay. I
sir.
thought we were having to go fend for ourselves right now.
I buy you flight.
Commissioners, court will recess for 20 minutes.
So thank you.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048. The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the reserves.
Commissioners Court has reconvened in a special open session. Item number 6. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended December 31st, 2019. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthlyreports.htm.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Victor Perez, Director of Financial Operations with the Auditor's Office. I'm here to present the unaudited interim financial report for the month of December 2019. For the month of December, the revenue collections for all funds is $114 million, specifically for the general fund, approximately $98 million. From an expenditure standpoint, for all funds, we're getting at just under $29 million, and for the general fund, $21 million. The current slide reflects our condensed financial report, and that's what was published in the newspaper. Now, honing in on the revenues by fund type, for the general fund, our collections for the month of December, approximately $98 million, year-to-date, $120 million. Now, looking at year-to-date revenues by source. For property taxes, year-to-date, we're looking at 101 million. That's an approximate $24 million increase compared to last year. Now, on the sales and use tax, we're looking at 9 million year-to-date, approximate increase of 1.1 million. And this is through December, but we go ahead and take the month of January also into account. We're still seeing the positive trends. We're looking at a $1.3 million increase compared to last year, so 11% increase compared to last year. Now, under the charges for service, we see a $3.8 million increase compared to last year, but in actuality, that's a timing difference with the federal board buildings. For last year, we didn't start receiving the funds till the month of January. For our current year, we are current, so really that was just a timing difference, but we were just focusing on the board bills for this fiscal year. We're looking at about a $500,000 increase, taking into account for the current fiscal year. We've already received the October and November billings that total 3.6 million. The October and November 28th billings, we didn't receive until January, but they totaled approximately 3.1 million. So we get about a $500,000 increase. Now, under the license and permits, we're getting a $38,000 increase compared to last year, and that's attributed to the alcoholic beverage permits. Going in on the general fund revenue by source, so that's compared to the revenue collections compared to what's budgeted. For this year, for the general fund, we've collected 40% of what's been budgeted. In the beginning of the property taxes, we've collected 53% of what's been budgeted. And then this graph reflects that the bulk of our revenue collection for this fiscal year is attributed to taxes. 84% is property taxes, 8% the sales and use tax. Again, looking at our actual revenues in comparison to the budget for the current fiscal year, we've collected 40% of what's been budgeted compared to last fiscal year, which was at 33%. This is strictly for the general fund. In regard to revenues by department, I mean, our biggest would be the sheriff's department. Under charges for services, 50% of the collections are attributed to the sheriff's department. For the fines and forfeitures, 53% for the JPs, 30% for the council of judges. And under intergovernmental, 48.
Just real quick before you go on from that, we received an email today of concern from the JPs about our accounting system and the new limits of cases that JPs can hear. I'm following up to find out what the problem is, but one of the JPs has reached out to us expressing concerns that it's going to impact their revenue if we don't get our system fixed quickly. So I'm finding out what the details are on that, but we may see a slight dip in going forward next presentation. But we'll find out what's going on that and get it addressed.
Victor, on the sheriff's department, does that also include federal prisoners?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, moving on to expenditures, our expenditures for the general fund for the month of December are 21 million. Year to date, we're looking at 55 million for the general fund. We look at the general fund expenditures by type. Obviously, the bulk of it is attributed to salaries and fringe, and that makes up approximately 82% of our total general fund expenditures through December, for a total of 46 million. It's about a $1.6 million increase compared to last year. Our operating expenditures were about 16% of our total expenditures. If we look at it from a percentage standpoint, we've expended 60% of what was budgeted through December. And again, the month of December reflects the third month in our current fiscal year. That's pretty much even with last year where we had expended 17% at the same point in time. Now looking at expenditures by function, and we're looking at we spent 13.3 million attributed to general government, 13.8 million for administration of justice, and our big is public safety, 25.9 million. For the public safety, yeah, we've expended 19.41% of what was budgeted. This category would be general fund expenditures by department. Under general government, or the department would be the IT department. We make up 19% of these expenditures. The auditors and district clerk will be at 9%. Now, under administration of justice, we're going to get 27% is attributed to the DA's office, 15% to county attorneys, and 12% to public defender. The courts would follow after that at approximately 10%. And under the public safety category, 83% of that is attributed to the sheriff's department. As a percentage of the general fund what's been expended, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at 16% for the current fiscal year. Of that 16%, 46% is attributed to public safety, 25% administration of justice, 24% general government. Now, moving on to fund balance. We just closed our books for fiscal year 2019, which this is September 30, 2019. We're at a solid 92 million. Now, moving forward, at this point in time, we've been looking at about a level fund balance as of the end of the current fiscal year. But with that does factor in the estimated future growth in the tax base at about 2.5%. Also, we're also taking into account like uncertified tax revenues. Now, our ending fund balance for 2019, we're looking at 81 million will be designated for FY20, and about 29 million of that is for unforeseen emergencies. And obviously, it's still, like I said, we just finished the first quarter for FY19. So as of right now, based on where we're anticipating 92 million, but we're anticipating that will probably be a little lower, taking into account we're working with budget and fiscal, like a current projects to get more like a time frame, drawdown schedules for those. Once we get that, we're going to provide a more definitive estimate. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a motion to accept.
Second.
Commissioner Bettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, Commissioners, real quick before Victor leaves, I wanted just to share with you all quickly while Victor's here. You know, we meet quarterly internally to go over like capital and where we're at on strategic plan, things like that, departments do. And Victor is a key person in that meeting, and he helps keep us on track, really helpful with information about our capital expenditures. So just a big kudos to Victor and the auditor's department for their support on that.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for recognizing both of your people. Appreciate it.
Item number 7, receive a presentation on the first quarter projections for revenues, expenditures, and fund balance for fiscal year 2020 through fiscal year 2024.
Judge, Commissioners, as you know, we sometimes let Wally have a vacation.
What?
I know.
Yeah, I
and
saw
so-
pictures of him like in the Riviera, the Mayan Riviera or something?
He's really not in the Maya. But he is away from the office right now, so Frank is gonna cover our quarterly update.
You mean after 30 years, he gets these little
I
breaks?
know, imagine. Well, it's my thing is take your time now because budget's about to start.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And those times are over, right, during that
Thank
time.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Francisco Rios from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Slide 2 illustrates historical revenues and expenses for the past 5 years, covering 2013 to 2018, along with estimated revenues and expenses for fiscal year 2019 through 2024. The amounts for FY19 are still unaudited, but after discussion with the auditor, they are materially correct. Each year, revenues are added to prior year audited fund balance, and expenses are subtracted to arrive to the new fund balance. The FY 2020 revenues and expenses are based off of the results of the first quarter, along with the estimates for the final 3 quarters, coupled with anticipated changes in both revenues and expenses. These trends are then used for the next 5 years of projections. This model does take into account the county's new strategic plan goals and is modeled with the goal to better align future revenues and expenses over the next 5 years. This is a graphical representation of the previous slide. The purple line shows the revenues, the blue line shows the expenses, and the black line at the bottom of the page shows the fund balance. This slide illustrates the annual budget and spending segregated by categories of personnel and operating expenses. You'll notice that county is spending just over 95% of its personnel budget over the past few years. The larger variance in operating expenses relates to projects such as flood control and economic incentive funding, with large balances remaining unspent at the end of the year. The estimated fund balance is expected to be approximately 11.6% for fiscal year 2019, and the county will end the year with approximately 120 days of cash on hand to cover the day-to-day operations of the county. Any questions?
Sorry, can you just go back to 3 slides?
3 slides.
There you go.
Okay.
So in FY18, you see, well, actually, let me go back. You always see that going forward, we're projecting that revenues are going to exceed expenses. What ends up happening is because we have certain revenues that we're building up and rolling over, and we have big projects that are underway, and they are going to hit eventually, but they haven't hit yet, we don't end up going into the negative. But we will eventually. That's one of our points.
It says by this year, right?
And every year we show it. And this year, if we make certain expenditures, depending on how much we spend out of our stormwater fund, depending on how much we spend out of our economic impact fund,
There'd be a 6% reduction in our fund balance.
that would be a hit our fund balance. So eventually, and again, we'll be bringing a presentation next month to discuss budget direction for FY 2021. But we feel like we already know, based on our discussion with you all this last budget session, where we need to be and what the message needs to be. And that is going to be more, we say it every year, like we need to hold the line. But this year, if we want to avoid getting into those impacts to fund balance, we need to really hard hold the line. We've already talked about, last year we proposed what the salary change would be for last year and this year. We don't plan on deviating from our recommendation. We plan on continuing to hold that recommendation that we brought last year, which is our major expense. But we really, if the court wants to bring expenses into alignment with revenue, we have to really hold the line on expenses. And we're gonna give a more in-depth discussion on that. We're gonna get one more month under our belt, because by next month we'll have more December data, closeout from and sales tax from December, which will give us a better picture as well. But to truly bring that revenue and expense into alignment, we need a hard, if you look at FY20, realistically, we need to cut expenses by $6 million. I'm sorry. Yes, $6 million in FY21.
Now, you said that we have 120 days in the fund balance. Is that reflective of the 92 million? Is that what that read later on, a couple of slides further?
That is correct, yes.
And that's if we got no more revenue.
That's quite a bit.
And so the recommended is 99 to 120 days, so we're right on.
We're on the top.
Yes, impressed. Yeah.
But we've been budgeting as, looking at our fund balance as a percentage of the budget and making sure it's between 10 and 14%, right?
10 and 15.
10 and 15%. So we're trying not to go below the 10%.
Any other questions on this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Francisco, thank you.
Item number 8, receive a presentation and an update on the Veterans Needs Assessment.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. This item is something we've been discussing with the court for some time now. As you know, we have a Veterans Needs Assessment being formulated to be launched. And Efren Montalongo is with our Veterans Services Office, and he's going to give you all an update on where we're at on the needs assessment.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Fred Montalongo from Veteran Assistance Office. Yeah, we've been working on the actual need assessment. We created 13 subcommittees to work on the assessment, and it was broken down by healthcare, all the categories. It was finalized. It was actually deadline to meet for January the 17th, which was last Friday. All the committees submitted their actual package. As you can see, the actual copies that we submitted to everybody, it's an actual puzzle right now. This week, they're actually sending it out to Combined Arms. Combined Arms are working on it, and they're putting it together for us. The final review should be out by the 27th of this month. So as soon as we get that final review, they're going to give us maybe about a day just to look it over, maybe 2, just so we can touch it up and make sure that a lot of the language that's on this assessment is correct. Because I went through it a couple of sheets on this, and it has a couple of not the proper language that was supposed to be used on there. So I brought it up, and we're gonna go ahead and finalize. But once they put it together, I can have a better review for reviewing. So you can see if there's anything that's missing out there that you feel that we didn't add on there, or maybe we can correct. That'll be the time that we'll have. I know I spoke to Mr. Ben Miranda on that, and Combined Arms assured that by the 27th we should have an actual final review on it.
Hey, Fred, will you talk a little bit about the committees and do you have a list of the committees?
Yes, the actual committees were, one of them was demographic. That's one of the committees that was part of the assessment. There was another one called the healthcare. There was a healthcare, there was an education, there was a VSO one, there was an actual employment, an actual
mental health.
Yes, mental health. So that's how it was broken down by each one, and like I said, there was about 3 to 4 committees on each subcommittee. And when we actually sat down and organized it, everybody went out there, everybody participated. I think there was another one also for the judicial veterans in court. So it was a good outcome because everybody worked together. Everybody provided their feedback. Since there's a lot of entities out in town that know what's the gaps are missing out there, their knowledge in that field was what critical in this assessment. And that's what made it pretty strong, and the ideas were working. And we attended a couple of the subcommittees, and the brainstorming that was going on it was great because we see actually the community working together and coming up with great ideas to help Paso County.
And you know, one of the uniqueness of this is that you can, sometimes you get a survey and it's pretty limited to what you could do with a survey. You don't want to expand it too much because then you're not able to compare it to what Austin did, or then you don't have a benchmark. But I think that the fact that you could participate in on the questions and some of the feedback and then incorporate it into the actual assessment was really, and then the discussion, you know, that we had at that kickoff was the actual execution that they're really getting ready for it. Sometimes you get all this information and you sort of tell people here it is, but I think a huge component of that is what is it that we're going to do with the information, and then how does it apply to each one like ourselves as a county? What are we going to do with that information? So I think it's if you look at the cost, it probably would cost around $150,000 to $200,000 to do this kind of an assessment. And so because of their volunteers and all the other things that come into play, it was limited to what these four organizations contributed, which is, I think, less than 50, right?
Yes.
So anyway, I think we're on the right track. Once again, they're reinforcing that. I think we're guessing at what we thought our community needed, and now we're gonna have data that says this is what we should be doing for our veterans.
And one of the things I know Efren's working on as well with the group is looking at ways, once the survey's launched, to capture veterans and get their input, including courthouse, jury hall, ways that where we may come into contact with veterans through our various offices. And obviously his efforts, but to make sure we're trying to get the survey as many veterans to partake in it as possible.
One of the things we did also was combine the census. We invited them on the kickoff because they find hard to reach, and then they might find veterans, and we could direct them that way. And then when we're out there, we find out there's people that haven't filled the census, and then they could, you know, push that into the census. So I think that made a great partnership to do that. So I think great job. I mean, a lot of energy and effort. Friend, thank you for taking the lead as well on this and working with our partners.
And it's good. I mean, everybody's happy about this because it's going to provide us an actual accurate account of what is it that we're lacking for veterans in the community. For years, I know they've never done one before, so hopefully this will give us at least the top 10 gaps that we're missing, so we can either work on it together and fix it, or find a solution for it.
And you know, since I started this idea of El Paso being the veterans capital of the U.S., that was one of the components that, you know, we can't say that we are without really understanding our own community. So that was one of the building blocks. So it is getting a lot of traction. Veterans feel very good about the fact that we're trying to, even the effort that we're moving forward, trying to be, you know, the veterans capital of the U.S. I think we deserve it. We've got Fort Bliss. We have the new hospital. We have incredible veterans. We do a lot for veterans. So I think, and then of course, Andrea, you would know that this would also lead into some economic development because of tourism and people passing by and feeling loyal to our community if we are recognized as such. So it's got a lot of moving dimensions, but they're all very positive.
Just to throw one number out there, Judge, I was at the City County Advisory Board last week, and they did a survey on actually how many active duty personnel retired from Fort Bliss, and there was about 100,000 people that were actually thinking of when they were going to retire, where they were going to go. And out of that percentage, about 1,500 we actually stayed in El Paso. The rest pretty much fled out. So we're looking at this need assessment. Hopefully we can guide it also to Fort Bliss so they can see that it's a great city where they can stay and keep the revenue here and use it for our community. But The numbers are pretty.
Increase that population. Get our tax base higher.
Exactly, yes.
So yeah, a lot of opportunities that come around that. Like everything else, you start off from a humanitarian focus, but then the outcome is some other collateral impact on economics and the other things that should be secondary. Not. Thank you, friend. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action regarding binational affairs position as it pertains to the governmental affairs manager position.
Caesar, will you pull up the, I don't want to go back through the one that we've done, that one, yes. And I apologize, this is backup we added today, but as I was making notes, I thought, this would probably be better if the court could see it visually. So previously we've discussed the binational affairs position several times. And recently the court approved us proceeding with filling this position. After that happened, Commissioner Leone and I had a conversation and he asked that we evaluate whether this position should be combined with the government affairs manager position. And so I want to just talk to you a little bit about the job description differences between binational affairs and the government affairs position. It's actually, where it says government affairs not final, that is final. I apologize, I just cut and paste my text box. But the government affairs position, as you all know, it serves as our legislative coordinator for the Commissioners Court and for county departments. It works closely with all of us. It works with our consultants or our lobbyists, and it works with our delegation to ensure that our legislative agenda is communicated and that we are working on that agenda even in advance of the legislative session. It also would be responsible for working on any interim charges and providing information that might help during the interim. It also would be doing things like attending field hearings or any matters related to our legislative agenda during the off season. They also would be working on our federal legislative agenda. I'll give you an example. Right now, I am working, and right now I'm doing it because we don't have this position filled, but I'm working on federal issues with Congresswoman Escobar's office on our USDA grants for water and wastewater, what they can do to assist us and what they can do to make sure we can continue to receive grants as the county if we were to transfer our water system to PSB or another utility. And the other thing I'm working with Congresswoman Escobar's office on is of getting together some information on our federal marshal contract and anything that they could do to assist us with covering more of our expenses on that contract. That's a couple examples of things that we're currently, actively they're waiting for information from me and I'm pulling the information. So that's something we're actively doing as an example of what we do during non-state legislative time that this position would be doing. Another thing I'm working on right now internally in an off session, and this is in support of our activities and our role with Conference of Urban County, but it's for the good of our legislative process, is we are already internally compiling some information and we're going to start our own efforts internally to start communicating with our own delegation about what kind of benefits we've seen for our community by the fact that the county has a state lobbyist. So we're looking back through the last 5 or 6 sessions to see what laws were we able to get passed really through the help of our lobbyist. Because we know already that one of the platforms this next session is going to be the elimination of local government's ability to hire and pay lobbyists. And so we're trying to say, look, the lobbyist has helped us achieve these things which were good for the taxpayer and good for the community. But we want to start that work now because by the time we're in session, it's really almost too late. Minds get made up and we want to make those minds up in our favor early. That's another example of an off-session time. Off-session time of work for this particular position. It's also works on our federal agenda, as I mentioned, and right now, in italics, you'll see that it serves as a coordinator between the county and the OEM. I do want to discuss that section further, but it's separate from this item. There's some confusion with that, and I don't think this has worked as effectively as we'd like it to. So I want to talk about that structure, but that's separate from this item. And then I added the underlined area because I have used this position for this purpose. It also coordinates and oversees certain intergovernmental agreements and affairs for the county. So our relationship with Socorro and the ambulance, that didn't go as well as it should have. And that is really something this position should have helped us manage better. Our intergovernmental with Horizon on the ambulance, our intergovernmentals on animal control. Those are just two examples, but I could go through, I think we've pulled up in Cobblestone the number of intergovernmental agreements we have, and they're literally in the hundreds, and for all kinds of services. Some things I didn't even know we had intergovernmental agreements on. So going through and making sure we're managing those well, that we're keeping them, that they're current, and that we're providing the services agreed, or that whatever is expected of the other entity is occurring as well. This could be everything from, I spend a lot of time on the UMC intergovernmental for jail medical. And this is something that this position could also help support on, as just examples. So on binational affairs, so switching over to what the purpose of binational affairs manager is for. So this position is truly designed to help us coordinate on international public policy, community outreach, and government relations. It helps strengthen the county's global identity. It encourages cultural connection, cultivates international economic competitiveness, and would be an advisor to you all on ways that international issues and policies are impacting us. And you can think of several international issues just in the last few years that we've experienced. Things like the vehicle backup at the port of entry, where we had a person, boots on the ground, who was working on both sides of the border and keeping us informed and being kind of our liaison with the Mexican government. It would have been a tool for us. Additionally, the issues with the migrants. While we're not feeling it right now today, I think it would be wise for the county and the court to know the problem the situation didn't change as far as somebody is having to house these migrants. It's just not El Paso County anymore. And what does that do to the Juarez economy? What is that doing to the situation in Juarez? And it would behoove us to be aware of that, because as hard as we were feeling it, they are now feeling it, and knowing what they're doing to respond. It also would focus on advocacy on domestic and international public policies. It would be a tool for both private and public sectors and on both sides of the border for the benefit of our community on a variety of topics ranging from infrastructure to immigration, trade, health, advocating for public policy that enhance our competitiveness. The work that's going on or that hasn't occurred, or the development in infrastructure that hasn't occurred at our port of entry, having a constant voice on that. Looking out for health and wellness. Some of the things I've seen in other border communities that we have not experienced, I've seen in working with my counterparts in Arizona and Southern California, issues where sewage has seeped over from Mexico into the United States and is causing health problems. And that's an example of an infrastructure issue that could be tackled and could be more in front of than reacted to through this type of position.
And I have an example too. Right now, there's a proposed mine that's going to be constructed in the Samalayuca dunes that could have very detrimental impacts on the Hueco Bolson that we take water from, and air quality and things like that. So that could have an impact regionally on environmental issues that, this type of person could also interface with folks in Juarez and understanding how that could, how that's gonna play out and how that could affect us as well.
Jorge continuously, and he's actually presented other parts of the country, that how, vulnerable we are because of some of the chemical plants that are in Juarez, and that he says we sort of act like there's a
the wall keeps up the
wall
contamination.
Yeah, it keeps up with it. So, but he's very concerned that have we really looked at if something like that happened, what kind of an impact would it have on us on a catastrophe of that nature? So there's so much, we're not only in trade, but in environmental and all these other things. It's really important to have someone just be on top of these things.
Additionally, when you all have discussed financial affairs, there has been discussion about an international affairs board being created. So if you all were either a region or you all were to create an international affairs board, this position would be tasked with staffing that board as well. So that's the summary in general of what the two positions are designed to do in general. Caesar, can you advance me? I don't have my, sorry. Didn't get that. So the pros and the cons of combining the jobs, these are just some of the pros and cons of combining the jobs that the court may want to consider. Obviously, a pro of combining the jobs would be a cost savings. Both of these positions with fringe benefits run just slightly over $100,000. So a pro would be we would have a savings. We wouldn't save the whole amount because if you're to combine the jobs, it would probably bump one of the jobs up higher in pay. But there would be a cost savings if we only had one position. It would also be you'd have one dedicated resource to go through to for legislative, economic, public health, infrastructure, and other issues. You'd also have one resource for both local, state, federal, and international matters. And there'd be somewhat a less operating cost as far as like office supplies and other supply costs. We'd also need less space. So some of the cons are of combining the jobs is a pro is cost savings, a con is the cost. Another con is there will be less time available to be focused on each aspect of the position. One of the things I know about binational affairs, just even from both my experience, from what we've experienced through what we've seen in San Diego and in our discussions with the different entities from San Diego, is that a lot about the binational work is about building relationships of trust. And that's true also for our governmental affairs person. Building relationships of trust with our legislators is really important, and that takes time and attention. Even when you're not asking for something, that's part of the time when you need to be building the relationships. And then of course, another con of combining the jobs is the inability to focus on any real binational affairs during legislative session. So during legislative session, it's pretty much a 5-month period of time where the government affairs person needs to be honed in on what's happening in Austin. As we know, things can, pop up quickly, courses can change quickly, they really need to be focused on that.
And I would even submit beyond legislative session, especially because more and more we see these interim committees created and looking at interim charges and state legislators' jobs are starting to be kind of a year-round thing instead of just during the legislative session. And when you look at the mass violence committee, the redistricting committee that was here, there are a lot of committees that we should be also aware of, not just aware of, but possibly participating in. And this person could track those and make sure that we are. So it's not just legislative session is definitely, I think we should even look at having this person located in Austin during legislative session because it's so fast moving, but then, during the interim there's just so much legislative work to be done as it is.
And on that note, I look at both the CUC. Right now, the legislative affairs people are meeting already regularly in the off session to make sure that anything that the counties have like agendas on, that we're coming together and creating like information and research and background to support that work. So, and then the impact on other positions, when there is a function that obviously can't be performed because the person's performing something else, that basically is an impact on other positions who will pick up the load, because obviously the work doesn't go away if the person's not here. Someone's going to have to pick it up. And then the cons of not combining the jobs is the demand on our office supplies and our operating costs. So that's basically some of the overviews of the pros, cons, and the jobs. Some other factors, the governmental affairs job, I'm already concerned about the pay rate lagging market. So I'm out for recruitment for this job right now. I've been going through the applications. There's some applicants who qualify, but already at least 2 applicants have reached out to me about the pay rate. And when we were getting ready to re-advertise, other individuals who have done this type of work have told me that we're lagging in our pay offering. Then also on staffing, just as a note, when we did our study of what we pay for lobbyists versus what other agencies pay for lobbyists, most other counties have a staff. It's not a one-person governmental affairs office. There's multiple people doing government affairs, like at the County of Tarrant and Bear and Dallas. They have multiple people doing what we have one person doing. I've already mentioned about the need for work during the interim for the governmental affairs position, and then their need for work on local, state, and federal intergovernmental affairs, everything from the ambulance, animal control, water system. We need to be doing more work on getting more grant funding. We've seen the numbers from budget that we're not getting as much grant funding as some of our other county partners. This governmental affairs position should be helping us do that. And then by national affairs, another thing will be this is a startup of a function, which when you start something up, the startup of itself is very time consuming. Getting it established is time consuming. So those are some factors to be conscientious of as we go forward. And really, we just wanted to have this item for discussion to see what the court thinks. Obviously, we'll do whatever is the pleasure of the court. We'll make whatever you all decide work. But wanted to give you all this opportunity to discuss the positions, whether they should be combined or separate.
I'm not as understanding as the commissioners here as to whether they believe that that's a possibility, because they understand pretty much both of them, and whether or not it's that we're not really putting a lot of things on one person, and I wouldn't be able. I mean, that's what I would look at. Is it's going to be an overwhelming situation for a person? Is there ability to discern the two without? I mean, there's some that overlap, even things that happen legislative that have to do with international affairs. But I would like to hear from them as to what that they feel it's not overburdening a person.
Judge, Commissioner, the only reason I brought it up is for discussion. Is there a possibility? If there's not, I don't have a rub either way, but
sort of like it.
It's just as we go into this hold the line era, we need to be looking at all these positions.
Yes.
For me, it's clear that I think we would be putting ourselves at a disadvantage if we combine the two. I think both legislatively and the goals that we've set out for both of the positions, I think that we'd be putting ourselves at a disadvantage if we. I think there's definitely enough work for each one. I think you would be taking you'd be taken away from both, and I know that the binational affairs is a new endeavor, but I think it's something that's long overdue. But I think we've been ignoring the community of 2 million people across the border for too long when it comes to what the county does and our relationship with them. And you know, the good things that could come out of having binational, somebody directly appointed to directly deal with binational issues. I think I can see there may be some overlap in certain areas, right? But I definitely think that we would be hurting ourselves if we tried to put the binational together with the legislative. You know, we have been also when it comes to the legislative side, I feel like we've been lacking a lot when it comes to our the federal part of that of that position, and that needs to ramp up a little more too. And that's also a year-round thing, right? Because Congress is not like the state where they're in session every other year. And so there are a lot of things that we could be doing. You know, that position could be doing. I think Betsy elaborated on some of them, but there's also a lot of, you know, I every time I go to DC, I go to to Senator Cornyn's office, Senator Cruz's office.
Please stand by. The webinar will begin shortly. Sorry. Please remain on the line.
Our Congressman Hurd and Escobar's offices, and you know, there are a lot of grants, for example, federal grants that we that are coming about that I don't know if anybody's even really able to pay attention to them and to understand what's coming down. And I mean, they'll send me a list of those grants, but it's hard for my office to screen those and process those, and I think that's another task that the intergovernmental relations person could do. I certainly see the need for both, and would support continuing as moving on. And I think we do need to look at the salary of the governmental relations person, because, as I said, it is lagging the market. So if we're gonna, I think that if we move forward with both, I think we should look at it. And it's I know we have to understand the budget constraints, but I think these positions are going to have great impacts on what we're able to do and our efficiency as a county.
I think he brings up a good point that the one that's legislative is pretty much defined, we understand it, but the other one needs to be cultivated. And so you're gonna have a person who will have a hard time doing that, of trying to cultivate it and you know, all the groundwork that needs to be done, and it's so unique. It's not, the legislative one is really, you know, there's structure of some kind. This one's so new.
And the skill set's a little different too, because for the binational, that person has to speak Spanish, right? And not necessarily, I don't think necessarily the person that we're looking for the governmental relations is, I mean, it'd be good if they spoke Spanish, but it's not, I don't think it should be a requirement. But you may be then, if you combine them, you may be then cutting out some really good candidates from being able to do the job, because you need somebody who's able to speak Spanish.
My positions remain pretty constant. I mean, you know, when with the governmental affairs person, you know, we already pay our lobby firm a lot, and if there needs to be some sort of change in terms of adding something, you know, that maybe a better option or a cheaper option might be to work something in the contract with them, you know, where they hire perhaps some sort of liaison. I think, you know, exactly this. You know, my concern is exactly what we were talking about today. Is that we're already talking about salary increases. We're already, I can see down the road, staffing increases. You know, if other counties are are in that situation where they have larger operations. But I think we'd be better served by either looking at our contract that we have with them to see if they can hire a liaison person and someone that works with them directly and that can specifically do that, because again, the cost of personnel is what's most costly for us as a county. And the same thing for the binational coordinator. I mean, I really think that we're sort of looking for a unicorn here, somebody that has a lot of contacts that can help us in a variety of binational issues, which I think I'm sure there's got to be specialized firms that deal with these types of activities. But we're trying to take that on ourselves as the county. And I just don't think that's the way to go. I don't know of any firms, but I mean, I don't know if there's been any effort to look at firms that deal with this binational coordination. But to expect that we're going to find somebody who we're going to hire that's going to have the proper contacts in Mexico, I think there's going to be a very steep learning curve, and it's going to be several years before we really see any true benefit, versus looking at any firm that might handle binational relations for governments.
Betsy, have we looked at outsourcing?
No, sir.
Could you do that? At least give us a shot at what they would do and then the cost difference.
And while, I can see your point, Commissioner, and, at one point, we're going to have to make a decision. I think a lot of the positions mean if we don't have it, we might be at a disadvantage or maybe even lose some funding down the road. But we're gonna have to make some hard choices, and they start now. They don't start in the summer, they start now. We can have the Cadillac approach where we hire some folks and they'll produce, like the Commissioner said, maybe in a couple of years. But those choices are now.
And when it comes to also the federal level as well, I mean, I know our first contract didn't work out that well, but I think that's also something that should be explored. Again, to expect the governmental affairs person to kind of be this jack of all trades at the state governmental, and then also help us with grants there as well, then looking at federal issues. I mean, you know what? I mean, for me, it's just, this is why there's experts at the federal level, and this is why there's, K Street lobbyists, and this is why there's firms in Austin that specialize with that. And I'm pretty sure there's got to be a firm out there that deals with international relations, but I think it's just going to be very difficult for us to develop the expertise in-house to really truly deliver what I think we're looking for. We've had a problem with the Tornillo Port of Entry for years, and finding the right contacts dealing with the State Department. But I don't think we're going to find someone to hire who's going to help us to fix this problem that we've had for a long time. You need some real expertise.
Andrea, you wanted to step up?
Hi, Andrea Hutchins with Economic Development Department. So I just wanted to kind of put a little bit of perspective based on the two ways that you've been discussing as far as like contract versus employee. And we're dealing with a few different contracts right now and RFPs, and it is not lost on me how every time a consultant comes in, they have to start from the very beginning every single time, and how much staff time it takes to ramp up each one of those contractors. So I'll use Fort Bliss and a potential BRAC as an issue that the government affairs person might have to look at. When the federal government announces a BRAC, which they say that they're not going to do, but they also said that they wouldn't do the last one, that type of thing happens very quickly. And so if we were to hire an outside lobbying firm to get to know our community, get to know all the players, get to know, all the different benefits and assets that we have here in El Paso, to then go to the federal government and lobby on our behalf and learn who the different people are in the federal government to lobby to, I mean, you're talking 6 months to a year right there, and that's just for one issue. So if you had a person who worked here on your behalf and knew the goals and the strategy and the people to talk to here within the county, yes, it might take 6 months, maybe a year to know all of the people, but I haven't even been here for 6 months yet, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job getting to know a lot of people. And so when you look at the binational affairs position, Betsy already mentioned the exact same thing with forming relationships. we already know a number of people that we can introduce an individual to, but I would venture to say that most people in this room don't know who to go to in order to get the Tornillo Port of Entry taken care of on the transportation side. And it's because it takes time. If we were to hire a group to go in and figure out what that was, they would go in with one focus, and then when they're done, all of their contacts, all of their research, all of the information that they have compiled goes with them. So I just want you to caution when you think about hiring somebody for a specific purpose that information goes with them every single time, and the cost for a consultant is probably going to be the same for one issue as it would be to have an employee for the entire year. So that's mine.
I mean, good. Go ahead. No, say.
I mean, I can think of one firm. I mean, there's the Raven Group. Raven Group didn't have a presence here previously, and Laura Rodriguez served as the chief of staff, in Washington, and they've expanded their El Paso presence, and they're already intimately familiar. These are El Pasoans who have federal experience, and I'm sure that they would probably have contacts of folks in Mexico, and if not, if they didn't have the contacts themselves, I'm sure they'd know who to contact to get those contacts. But that's just one example of a firm that I think that could probably better handle, what it is that we're trying to accomplish here.
I will say that to use the BRAC issue just as another example, so the community that I came from before, we hired a firm, kind of like what you're mentioning. It cost us $1.2 million over a 3-year period. Those firms and their DC contacts are not inexpensive. So while I haven't looked specifically for the binational affairs position, I mean, you're talking, usually you have attorneys and you're paying attorney rates, you're paying lobbyist rates, they're not generally inexpensive.
We can bring that information back if it's something the court would like to review, and see what it would cost us if we did want to look at outsourcing some binational or international relations.
I wouldn't do it too in-depth, because if you find out it's real expensive, I mean, then
But I think,
you have to curb it at that point, because it doesn't make sense with what Commissioner Leon is saying.
I think we need to not also just remember that the binational affairs liaison is not about, hiring a firm that has contacts in DC. It's about creating a rapport, creating a relationship between the county of El Paso and the state government in Chihuahua and the municipality of Juarez. And whether it's the people that work in economic development, or the people that work in environmental issues, or the people that work in healthcare issues, it's having I don't think you can rely on a firm to have that relationship with those people. I think it has to be the county. It has to be a representative of the county that and it's not just for next year. It's into perpetuity. It's to build on that relationship and to be able to advise us, to be able to create this binational board that we've been talking about for years. It's to help educate us on what's going on in Juarez and in Chihuahua. It's to I don't think a firm can have that same impact. I don't think that's what we're looking for here. And I mean, we're not going to hire a firm to come in and manage a binational board that we want to create to have this vehicle into perpetuity, to have communication and work on projects together and find solutions to problems that we face as a region. I just don't see a firm being able to do that on behalf of the county. It's
Andrea, don't leave. I was gonna say that it's unorthodox, but it's done in HR quite a bit, and it might seem risky, but you also, if you go test and find out if there's people out there, that makes it more realistic for us. If you found, because I know you've been in contact with people and people have applied for jobs, and if the profile then makes us comfortable to say, well, here's a person who does have these two abilities, or or one or the other, whatever. Have we sort of tested the water out there to see if there's people out there that match some of the things we're talking about?
So I have an applicant pool right now for government affairs, And I think there is a applicant who is stronger on government affairs on the Mexican side, who's very experienced in government affairs on the Mexican government. But it's definitely on a legislative and policy perspective. Not as much as like boots on the ground dealing with like immediate issues that are impacting the community immediately.
I mean, for example, I want to give you another example. I get contacted all the time by officials in Juarez because they know that I care. I go over there, I spend time there, I go to their summits, I go to their business meetings, and so I become, I guess, the de facto binational affairs person. But I think we need to have somebody working there. I had a meeting with a professor yesterday that wants to work on a project that's not going to cost any money, but it has to do with creating more internal tourism and you know, informing people that live in Juarez and in El Paso about places that they can go visit, you know, things that they can do while they're here. You hear people always say, well, oh, you know, Juarez is ugly, Juarez, there's nothing to do with Juarez, it's just dangerous. No, that's not true. There are a lot of cultural museums, a lot of different things that you can see over there. Same thing here in El Paso. You hear it all the time. Well, we have nothing to do. You know, and so he's talking about creating some type of binational tour of different assets that we have that we can start talking to our own population and having, you know, lighting a fire there or enticing them or getting them to visit some of our own things, because the best way of marketing is word of mouth, right? And so if you have a community that has no idea what's even available in their own community for people to come and see, you know, so I mean, those types of things I feel like could be better served out of not my office, but you know, having somebody like this in this position. You know, that's important to me. I think that's very important. We talk about wanting to be one region. We talk about regionalism, but we can't make decisions in a vacuum. Just El Paso. I think we have to take into account whether it comes to economic development, or whether it comes to transportation, or whether it comes to environmental, or whether it comes to healthcare. We need to understand those subjects regionally, because you know, 2 million people that live in Juarez, those people are coming here and driving on our roads, and they're using our hospitals, and they're working here, and they're paying taxes here as well. You know, I think it's important for us to understand and not ignore what's going on across the border, because I don't think any of us here has any idea what's going on over there. I don't, and I spend a lot of time over there.
I will say, I did do some research before I did the presentation back on December 5th. So I've been meeting with like El Paso Community Foundation and UTEP. They have a Center for Binational and Border Affairs. And so in meeting with those individual groups, not only did they feel like the county should have already had, I don't want to speak for them, but the discussion that we had, they were surprised that we didn't already have this position. Actually, the gentleman from UTEP offered to come and speak at some point, if you guys are ever interested in that. But they already have people doing these things, but those people who are working on their behalf are going over with their goals and with their interests in mind. So like when UTEP goes over, I mean, yes, I'm sure that everyone who goes over that lives here is doing it with some sort of diplomacy and international affairs in mind, but they don't report to you, if that makes sense, right? So when I go somewhere, any and everything that I do it with the strategic goals of the court in mind. And I'm sure that those people do the same thing to whomever is paying them. So anyway, just something to consider.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring back information, is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think we've heard from, I don't know, We've heard from Andrea about this, the cost. So I think if you look at it really quick, you're gonna find out that it's gonna be too much. Every time they come in here, they're gonna charge us. Any task becomes greater. I think you're gonna go down a road that's gonna waste a lot of energy for your staff to find out that it's very expensive. And so I personally wouldn't want you to go down that road, but I think also I don't know, I still feel like if you test the market, that would give us confidence as to the type of people that are out there and whether or not, because if we do all of this, but they're not out there, or they cost 180,000, or, so a little bit more of that kind of testing. What are some people paying for that position?
And another thing is, you don't have to have a unicorn, but you can cultivate that unicorn as well, right? I mean, you can create it. We can create that person. I mean, you can have somebody that has a certain skill set, that may have some experience, but they can cultivate those contacts. They can, because this is a new endeavor, right? This is something that we're going to have to cultivate. This is something that we're going to have to grow into, and so I mean, I don't think we should go into this with the expectation that we're going to find this one person that's like, that's the unicorn that Vince is talking about. I think we need to go into this saying, look, we want to
get there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, think about it. We put Andrea in that position, and she'll figure it out. I mean, but just because of her profile, just the way she approaches things. So I think if we look at it from that perspective, that we're going to start here with the understanding we're going to get here, then you're not having to look for that upper level person. I think that's more possible in the international one. The legislative one, I think they have to hit the road running, because it's already happening now, today.
Right, so on the binational position, what I'm hearing it's not likely of combining the job. It's more likely of, or you're saying, go look and see if there is somebody who could do the combined job.
Well, I mean, we've done that in HR who were confused, but then there is some, or two people or so that fit that, because then it gives you confidence to say that there are people that have done both.
So if we can find somebody who's qualified in both, we do know that even if you're qualified to do both, the government affairs job does demand a lot of time.
I think we're putting ourselves at a huge disadvantage if we try to combine them.
What I'd like to do is get some options. And I'm not so sure what Andrea said is correct insofar as an outside firm is only a one subject firm. I know many of them that deal with many issues. So I'd like to see some options.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not hearing any consensus. I'm hearing Commissioner Leon
More information.
say bring more information. But and then I'm hearing Commissioner Stout saying no, 2 positions. I need some clarity, please.
Well, we can take a vote and you'll get very clear. Or we can ask for more information. I'm sure that, in my opinion, there's no big rush for this, although we are coming up like we always would on any session. So my deal is that we step very carefully and we have some options to choose from.
I'm going to have to disagree. There's a huge rush. There's a huge rush. We need to understand that right now is the interim. We may be 10 months out from the next session.
But this is what things
but this is the time. Like, they're having interim hearings right now. Like she said, the governmental relations people at the CUC are already starting to meet to talk about what the priorities are going to be for counties. I think there's a huge rush. I think the more time we waste, the more at a disadvantage we're going to be.
I would suggest you make a motion.
Well, I mean, I didn't realize we were voting on this on a Thursday, but that's fine. I'll make a motion to move forward as we had planned and continue with the government affairs position separate from the binational liaison position.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
No.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so just from where we're at operationally, we are in the recruitment for a government affairs position now. We plan to move forward with proceeding with that. We are not yet in the recruitment for the binational affairs position. We will continue based on that vote down that path. However, I do, we can also provide some additional information while we're continuing along that path.
Yeah, what I'm hoping is that as you find that legislative person, that you might have some candidates that'll come to the other side. And that could be a possibility, but I do agree that there is some urgency. This one, it needs to happen, the international one. But that's what I've been hearing, that this is the time to really get ready, because we saw what happened with our last candidate or last position getting in there in the middle of the fire.
Yeah, it was very difficult.
It was overwhelming for that person. When you set it up, difficult to understand. So you do need a running start, looking at what's happening, what happened the time before. That one I feel very, and all the judges at the Metro 6, they also expressed, that they started a little late on some of the things they wanted in legislation. So there's a big push for let's get ready. I think we're caught a little flat-footed on some of the bills, and I hope that never happens again. Testimonies were going on, right when they were already going to make a decision on these things. So it is, I believe, an urgent. And I'd like for the interim, the international, for Commissioner Stout, an interim position. He is by de facto, and I see that happening a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that is our last item. This concludes today's meeting at 1:51 p.m.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you. All of you. Erica, Francisco. Thank you.